Killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw that right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah, okay. They say pressure pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. Even this with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree! team. Let's take the kill back. Run time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The first major step of the tournament's done. Now it's time to level up with the challenge season. Welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile, where I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, it is the day one of the challenge season itself. And we know the teams that qualified in from the open finals, they're going to be John alongside with these two invited teams.
Exactly, and it's going to be exciting to see how the journey turns out from here on out, because, again, as you mentioned just a few seconds ago, the first challenge was the open finals. That is done and dusted. We have cut down our numbers from the 16 teams that were there in the open finals to the top 8 that did get to move forward. And, of course, 2 invited teams, 10 teams in the challenge season, out of which 6 get to make their way towards that land finale.
And we've already seen those 2 invited teams, right? A Godlike and Team Felines, especially speaking of Godlike Esports. Now, them coming back into the mix, we know the competition is going to be much more easier for Godlike because they've been performing on much more higher stages. While you try and speak of the teams that are going to be competing against each other today over here, for them it's not a good news considering they get to face off against Godlike, and probably it's going to be one-sided affair because that's been the history.
Exactly. There's no one there to challenge them, right? I mean, that's always been the case. And again, it's going to be exciting to see, does anyone rise up to the occasion, rise up to give a tough fight to the side of Godlike as well? But again, there's a lot more on the line for these teams now. We do have the prize pool for the challenge season on our screens. And of course, a massive 80,000 waiting for the team that walks away with a win.
Exactly. The first placing team will be getting 18,000. The second one will be getting 50. And keep this thing in mind. It's the individual prize pool of Group A and Group B. So there's a lot of that money on the line. And one thing is for sure, it can also be the motivating factor. And it can also be something that can put on the pressure on these teams. Now, speaking of some of the big dogs, right, you've also got Accelerate. You've also got Anthem. And then speaking of the opposite side of the spectrum, some of the newer faces on the block, they have definitely been struggling. But you know what? Speaking of the tournament format itself, as we know, the first step was the open finals, which is already cleared. Now we're currently inside of the challenge season. Inside of the challenge season, it's going to be a single round robin format where we have the top teams of open finals join in, and then 2 invited teams from the challenge season as well.
Well. I mean, it's going to be exciting, right? I mean, single round robin, top 8 teams, plus the 2 invited teams. And again, it's going to be exciting because, again, teams divided into 2 groups. That means if you're lucky enough, you do not really have to go against the best in the entire region. But it's going to be interesting to see what eventually happens to the group that Godlike is in and how tough the competition will be in the other group as well. And as we spoke about it, I think you and I have already had this discussion during the open finals. Anthem and Accelerate looking extremely solid this time around. So expectations are going to be to see if they can actually take down Godlike in one of these series. But having a look at the groups now, we have Group A in front of us, and as we mentioned, Anthem and Accelerate, Necro, both of them in the same group. Isn't that exciting?
I know, right, Johnny? I mean, considering it is a single round robin format, so of course we've divided these teams into groups, and we've got the Group A on the screen. As you mentioned, Anthem and Accelerate in the same group, and even one invited team is over here. That's going to be Team Felines and even Galaxia 5. Now, Johnny, speaking of Galaxia 5 itself, in the past we've seen this team perform. Maybe in the first game that we saw Galaxia 5 play, they were not really that great, but then in the lower bracket, Galaxia 5, they astonished all of us. But let's move on towards the Group B. You've got NonStop, Panda Express, Time to Pound 5 a.m., and of course, the formidable Godlike Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see how this group turns out. I mean, Godlike Esports definitely will be the strongest in this entire group. But again, NS also looked quite interesting. Their journey wasn't the best. They started off from the lower bracket in that open finals and then made their way towards that final stage. But it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out now that they are in the challenge season.
Hands down, Johnny. I mean, for Godlike, we pretty much know what the case is going to be like. It's pretty much going to be one-sided affair, but today's matchups are going to be quite interesting. We already saw the Group A on the screen. We saw Anthem and Accelerate in same group, and probably in today's schedule as well, we know it is going to be Anthem versus Accelerate to kick things off. And who's going to be the one to come through victorious? Now, that's such a big question, considering both these teams are supposed to be one of the best inside of the schedule.
Exactly, but I mean, talking about the schedule, I think it's time we have a look at the schedule of the day as well. and it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out. First of all, Accelerate against Anthem, two of the best team going up against each other. Then we have Galaxia against Accelerate, Anthem taking on Felines. Then matches for Group A will be done with the first 3 games. Moving on to Group B, we have NonStop taking on 5 AM and Panda Express against Time to Pound to end it all.
That's going to be an interesting matchup as well. Panda Express and Time to Pound. I'm expecting a super close affair, and even NonStop versus 5 AM, so you never know how that one's going to pan out as well, because NonStop, we have seen them perform once in the past in the lower brackets itself, and NonStop, they performed super well. They were NonStop showcasing that aggression inside of the game as well, and that's something I'm going to be expecting today as well. But off the rip, we're going to see Accelerate face off against Anthem, and you cannot really try to justify this matchup because it is supposed to be one of the most epic battles we've witnessed so far.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be epic indeed. But let's see. Accelerate, we have the lineup on our screens right now. And it's Ghost, Extincts, G-Shots, Vegas, and Warden. And we did see Accelerate dominate against the players of NVT in their match, in their upper bracket match, by the way, in the Open Finals. And again, Accelerate, no one has been able to walk away with a single map win against them in this entire journey so far. Sorry, they beat out the side of Galaxia in their upper bracket matchup to qualify for the challenge.
Yeah.
And it was an impressive series, by the way, between these two sides.
It indeed was, and the crazy part is Galaxia made it look pretty one-sided in the lower brackets as well against their opponents. So imagine if a team's capable of taking down Galaxia one-sided, just imagine how strong they're going to be. Now, I do want to see Accelerate versus Godlike in the future. Unfortunately, that's not going to be happening in the challenge season, considering these two are the complete different groups. But still, man, Anthem versus Accelerate as well. It's supposed to be a legendary battle, and it's supposed to be super intense and close. At least that's what we expect. Now, off the rip, of course, it's going to be Hardpoint, Johnny. Which team do you think, or which map do you think is going to be picked up by these teams?
I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, both the teams have a pretty deep map pool. The only thing I hope is, like, there's no Summit between them, because that will, again, both of them know how to play Summit very well, so it can swing in one side's favor extremely quickly, and they know how to hold on to the lead as well. I hope they go for something like Hacienda, but let's see. I mean, Anthem, let's talk about them for a second first. We have the side of Wiz from Anthem, VV Wuzu is the name he has chosen, Legacy, Sundance, Sinochi, and Dude. This team, again, very strong. They were the ones who beat out NVT. Again, a quick 2-0, and just like Accelerate, no one has been able to walk away with a map against them as well.
Exactly, that's the crazy part as well, right? Anthem as well, it's been one of those teams that's been looking at the top of the form too. And speaking of all the players as well, Sundance, you try and speak of him, he's been such a glorified player in the past as well. He used to play under I2K, he's been there for such a long time. The same thing can be said for even Wiz, he's been there inside of the lineup for such a long time as well. So in general, all these players that you speak of inside of the Anthem lineup, they've got a lot of that experience. These guys are veterans, and it's veterans facing off against veterans, so at least that's why we're expecting this one to be a super close matchup.
Well, the matchup will be a strong one, that's for sure, right? I mean, again, two of the best teams that we witnessed in the Open Finals going up against each other. That is what we wanted, and unfortunately, we did not get to see it back then because both of them had different matchups lined up because of how they had qualified for that upper bracket. But now, finally, in the group stages, it is about to happen, and it's going to be exciting for sure. You asked me about maps. I'm going to ask you about which team do you think is going to be your favorite. I mean, Anthem, Accelerate, because it is going to be a close one for sure. That is what we're expecting, at least.
And over here, I genuinely think so. Accelerate, they might just have the upper edge. For some reason, I think Accelerate, they have been looking in much more of a top-notch form. Nothing taken away from Anthem too, Johnny, but considering Sundance used to be part of I2K in the past, and they have been struggling as well, and I'm just completely relying my stats or basing my stats off the past of these teams, right? And speaking of the players from the side of Accelerate, they've found much more success in their past runs. So that's why I'm saying Accelerate, they might just have the upper edge. But hey, we've got the map video on the screen. Hacienda is going to be the first pick by Anthem.
Yeah, Hacienda for Hardpoint Search and Destroy on Tunisia, which is going to be exciting. Again, the last time we saw Tunisia in Search and Destroy, it was extremely intense. And then, of course, we go on to Arsenal for Control, which is going to be fun. Arsenal always one of my favorite maps for this particular mode. There's a lot of open spaces to allow you trade potential and a lot of frag-heavy map itself. I mean, because of the dueling potential that's available because of the map structure. But again, Hacienda is where it will begin. And again, it's a complicated map. Gets extremely complicated when you're playing Hardpoint. That first point one, a big decider. Can you hold on to a head start? Garage is where you would usually try to make things happen and make a swing if you are lagging in terms of those points. So it's going to be quite intense. And again, because of the teams that are going up against each other, I think we can expect this to go all the way towards control, which is going to be the third mode.
And speaking of Garage too, right? I mean, Garage is the place where we see a lot of those heavy investments coming through, right?
Yeah.
The operator skills, Sparrows being pulled out, Purifiers being pulled out, because that's one of the toughest points to take over as well. And considering we are going to load up inside of Hacienda soon, Johnny, I would like to know your prediction for this entire BO3. I've given mine, but what about you?
Well, my prediction for this BO3 is going to be Accelerate, but let's see. I mean, still waiting for the map to begin and still waiting to figure out how things begin, because Hacienda, again, the start is going to be the most important thing.
Indeed, the start's going to be of the essence as we have a matchup rolling up between Accelerate and Anthem. And the first map is going to be played, of course, Hacienda. Let's see who's going to be the one to come through victorious. Anthem versus Accelerate. Both these teams, especially inside of this Snapdragon Pro Series, they have been looking pretty incredible. But still, there's a big question mark. Who's going to be the one to run through with the lead off the rip? Because for now, it seems like Accelerate, they've definitely got the points control in their hands. And even inside of the kill feed, it's the players just going crazy. Accelerate, they've already got a few start-off kills, and that's going to help them so much on the point. And speaking of them as well, even the trades are looking pretty back and forth. Anthem 2 now, once again, looking to be back in the race. Sundance himself is getting a lot of those heavy beatings on the board, and that's a great thing for Anthem, because that's something they're definitely lacking. 15 points on the board will make it 16 for Accelerate, and this is something that's not looking too great for Anthem. If the same thing keeps on popping up over and over again, Accelerate, they might just run away with the first point, and they might just have the momentum as well.
Well, let's see, though. They are looking quite strong and solid in the start of this game. But again, Anthem as well can at any given time make the turnaround. Too much pressure from Accelerate for this first point, in fact, inside of this game. And again, there's two players close to the fountain. And we have Wee Wuzu trying to move in, gets taken out very easily. And it seems like Anthem, the moment they show themselves is the very second they get kicked out. And again, Accelerate in a very brilliant position. Look at that. They've already made the rotation for the next hardpoint as well.
They indeed have, Johnny. The next hard point is already in their hands, and it's towards Garage. Usually, this is the hard point where we see a lot of those struggles coming through. Heavy investments as well, considering there's so many choke points to hold. And Vegas is the man who's currently holding the staircase, too. Does not want to let the players pass away. Sundance, he was the man who was popping out from the side of Anthem, but it's not looking too good for them, considering the momentum right now. The wind is in the sail of Accelerate. And just look at the angles the players of Accelerate are holding, too. It's a meat grinder completely on that hard point.
Well, let's see, though, as you mentioned, it is a meat grinder, and this time, instead of meat, it's going to be the players of Anthem being grinded, and look at how aggressive Rebel is right now. Just runs towards the players of Anthem, and that's going to be a brilliant 2K, looking for the third, finally shut down. But it's down to 71 against 9, and Accelerate just accelerating towards a very swift win, it seems like.
This is what you call the pedal to the metal, and Accelerate slowly and steadily, once again, getting that massive lead. Not actually slowly and steadily, they're just accelerating through with the lead. 87 points already on the block, while Anthem, they're still stuck with single digits on the board. Just 9 points. And even inside of the kill feed, Anthem, yes, they're getting 1 or 2 solo kills over here and there, but that's really not going to matter, because when you've got Accelerate just popping through, and even Revel, he was the main player maker, even in the past when they faced off against Galaxia 5. And even now we're here, Revel is able to get so much information and so much vital value.
Well, Revel has been phenomenal in this game so far for the side of Accelerate, and along with him, Extinct as well. But finally, the players of Anthem, we see them on the kill feed as well. Revel is trying to move in, has the operator skill, the equalizer available, but I don't think he realizes that he needs it right now, because it's going to be G-shots with the Sparrow finding a break back, denying the entry to the players of Anthem. And as the players of Anthem once again look to move in, it is going to be Accelerate who close on to those triple digits.
It's not looking too good for Anthem, Johnny. They're running away with the lead, and Accelerate, if the same thing keeps on happening to them, well, that's one thing, and that is going to be Anthem. They might just lose out on the hard point. This Hacienda was the pick of Anthem, but still they're getting absolutely rolled through by the players of Accelerate. It's not looking too nice for them, Johnny, and even just look at Accelerate. Just look at the kill feed. It's Accelerate all across the board. Rebel's popping off, even Ghost is able to find so many important kills. Now, Sundance, yes, he's trying his best to get something done, but it's really tough when you've got the entirety of a opposition team just feeling themselves.
Well, let's see, though. They are feeling themselves right now, but here comes Rebel with his equalizer, and one after the other players of Anthem are going to fall right in front of him. Unfortunately, he doesn't find a single frag because of that skill, but oh, Vegas, he just goes pigs, finds and shuts down the players of Anthem as they try to push up the stairs and accelerate once again. They have control of this hardpoint. It is activated now, and Anthem, they are just a smidge slow on that rotation. Look at the crossfire, it gets shut down. Sundance finds one, but G-Shots on the other side shuts down both the players, and Rebel moves in from across the balcony, just picking off a few extra kills.
Rebel the Devil, that's all you gotta say, because this one single man has definitely been a big pain in the foot for the players of Anthem, and they're not able to find any sort of reply to Rebel. This one single man is the one to keep his team in the forefront, and every single time Rebel finds value, the entirety of Accelerate, they instantly swing back into life. You can see Anthem just stuck on 27 points, while Accelerate, they're just running through with the points lead and the points flow. And if the same thing keeps on popping up once again, over and over again, if the upcoming hard point is completely in the hands of Accelerate, that's it for Anthem. They can't make a comeback. Already, it's too much of a bigger lead.
Yeah, it's a very big difference between both these two sides. 151 to 27, and this is not what we expected, Necro, how things were going to go between these two sides, but Accelerate definitely looking the stronger of the bunch. The AMB is going to be used. Sundance a little confused, but X6 and Vegas, they move in. The trade frags are going to be good for the side of Accelerate once again, and Anthem still struggling for any sort of control in this game.
They're just stuck on 27, Johnny. This is crazy. Anthem's not even able to step their foot on the hard point. While the players of Accelerate, they've got it on a complete lockdown. And the players of Anthem, every single time they make their step towards the hard point, they instantly get evacuated. They instantly get thrown off the point. And Accelerate, once again, just running away with the points flow. This is not looking too nice for Anthem. Anthem needs to do something. Desperate time, desperate measure. Anthem, they need to just rush in blindfolded and get something done on the point. The many kills you get, that's something that's going to put the players of Anthem in a big advantage. But the main problem is that Accelerate, they're just dominating through, even when it comes to the duels.
Yeah, I mean, they're just dominating those duels, man. I mean, that is the big problem for the side of Anthem right now, that they aren't really able to find those frags. And look at this, as soon as they find a little bit of breathing room for themselves, instantly the operator skill is going to be utilized. Accelerate not really giving the side of Anthem any opportunity to find any space, any control for themselves. And again, this time around, look at that, good smoke to block out vision inside the staircase, and the players of Anthem do continue to move in, but here comes the problem. The players of Accelerate, look at them, they are regrouping right outside of the control point, the hard point, and now with the hard point cleared up, it's just one man from the side of Anthem standing guard. He's going to be picked off, and Accelerate, it seems like, again, in the driving seat of this game.
Yeah, Johnny, that one single man is more than enough to take down the entirety of Anthem, while Anthem, the struggles, they just keep on continuing. Yes, one single man, once again, it's Wiz to try and reply back a little bit more, but that little reply is something that's not going to matter when you've got the entirety of Accelerate just feeling themselves, and now the next hard point as well is going to pop up. Johnny, we already know what the course of action is going to look like. Accelerate is pretty much running away with a behemoth amount of lead, and now for the players of Anthem to catch up, it's next to impossible.
Well, let's see though. As you mentioned, I mean, it's close to impossible. It's 206 to 51. But again, with how things have gone, I think Anthem already thinking about search and destroy now. They know it's going to be very difficult to make a comeback in this matchup in Hardpoint. And if they can secure a win on search and destroy, then maybe they can walk away with the W in the overall series. That's what they're hoping for now.
Accelerate, they pretty much know they've sealed the deal on this map. Hacienda is going to be in their court, while Sundance was the only player who was trying to get something done from Anthem, even off the rip. Sundance was the man who was getting a lot of kills, but unfortunately his team was not able to follow up. And yes, as soon as the players of Accelerate, they start to lose the duels, you've got that one-man Rebel stepping up inside of the field, and instantly he just brings his team back in the action. Rebel has been the main playmaker for the entirety of Accelerate. He's the one to bring the tides back in their sails, and someone needs to stop Rebel. As soon as someone finds a cure to this player, the entirety of Accelerate, there's a big chance they might just collapse. But for now, Accelerate, every single player, they're just starting to feel themselves, while Anthem, they're not able to find any reply to the players off Accelerate. There's no precaution to this cause.
Well, there is no precaution. I mean, what can you do about this? That's a problem. Look at this. Anthem, I feel so bad for them. I mean, just getting dominated like this and Accelerate not stopping. Rebel is an absolute menace in this game, and he has been shut down. And as soon as that happens, G-Shots and Vegas, they stand up. 33 frags for the side of Vegas, 34 for G-Shots. And you compare that to how Anthem has been playing, their best performing players just sitting on 24.
Indeed, man. I mean, look at Extinct too, getting 24. Now, keep this thing in mind. Extinct is the big brain guy from the side of Accelerate, but still he's doing quite decent. Even War Machine's pulled out from Extinct. Now, there's no way they're getting anywhere near that last hard point. And that's it from Accelerate, getting 250 points on the board. And just like that, it is a hot knife through butter for the side of Accelerate as they dominate through and run through against the players of Anthem.
Well, what a way to kick things off, and what an impressive matchup between these two sides. I'm very happy seeing Accelerate show up like the mean business today, but what happened to Anthem, man? It seems like a polar opposite of what we saw in the previous round in the Open Finals.
Inside of Call of Duty Mobile Esports, it's pretty simple, right? If the player's past isn't really that great, and if they're facing off against someone with a good past, there's a high chance that someone with the good past will pretty much come out on top. That's been the history, and once again, the same thing happens. You try and speak of Sundance, used to be part of I2K, and speaking of I2K, yes, they used to go to the finals every single time, but unfortunately, in the finals, they never used to perform. And now you speak of the players of Accelerate, they've always been able to find so much value, they've always been able to find so much success in the final few stages, just not exactly the champions, but still, there's someone who used to play pretty good as well in the past. So over here, they have dominated through against the players of Anthem. You can't really sugarcoat things.
I think that one statement is the one motivating factor, what you just said, Necro, that they never performed in the finals. This time they want to change that, right? This time they've showed up looking extremely solid.
Well, not like this.
I think let's see how things turn out, right? It's just the start, and again, because of this being a round robin, all they have to do to qualify for the finals is not miss a lot more prize money, but all they have to do is perform and stay inside of the top 6. That should be the goal. They can execute that, it's all good, then let's see how things turn out in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, Sundance and Legacy, I mean, I would especially say at least Sundance was able to find something on the points, right? Even off the rip, Sundance was able to get a few multi-kills, but unfortunately his teammates weren't able to rack it up on the back. There was no chain of line, especially on the side of Anthem. The team play was completely missing. While you try and speak of the players of Accelerate, the game strat was pretty simple. All five of us moved together towards the point, and we can easily come out on top on duels because they were just that confident.
Yeah, they were very confident. That also became a problem. I mean, especially with how aggressive Rebel was at the start of the game, man. That was very impressive. But let's see. Match summary on our screens. And again, as we discussed during the game as well, Accelerate, Vegas, G-Shots, phenomenal. Rebel was amazing at the start of the game. Later stage was when he was shut down, but that is when Vegas, G-Shot, they sort of started to stand up. And then again, Anthem struggling throughout.
Here's the thing, right, Johnny? Rebel wasn't exactly shut down. He just did not need to do anything because his teammates, they just started to catch the pace. Now, in mid-game, somewhere in the mid-game, it felt like Accelerate, they're almost losing that grip. That's when Rebel started to perform out of his mind. He was getting so many multi-kills after multi-kills, and that's when, once again, Rebel got his team back on the driver's seat. So Rebel is like the impact fragger for them.
Yeah, it was impressive. Very impressive, in fact, inside of this game. And at the very start, to be a little bit more precise. But as you mentioned, later stages, I think he just realized, yeah, might as well just take a backseat, chill. Yeah, we got this, man. They aren't really able to do anything about us. But then again, Necro, I don't think Anthem also expected to be one down in this series at the start of the day. How did they react to this next mode, which is going to be search and destroy? And on Tunisia as well. Tunisia can be extremely one-sided.
Now, Johnny, look, man, considering it is all about the momentum side of things in a BO3, we already know what's going to be the course of action even inside of Search and Destroy. I genuinely think so. It might be close, but still it is going to be Accelerated to run away with the victory with a 2-0 fashion because it was a complete one-sided hardpoint. At least it would have been somewhere around 150 to 250. Maybe you can't say S&D. There's a big chance Anthem can as well have a chance to move away with that. But considering Anthem map pick was done by the players of Accelerate, I think so they're going to be much more prepared in Tunisia. And especially, speaking of Tunisia too, we've seen this map being played a couple of times in the past as well. Especially, I do remember that play from Wanted. He was able to wrap up from the back, get some multi-kills. And on Tunisia, that's something that really matters a lot. Proactivity sometimes can pay off so great. If you're able to catch a few players off guard on the site, that can give you so much value. And that's something even the players of Anthem now need to realize. Playing it scared against Accelerate, that's not going to give them value. But playing it much more fierce, that might just find them the exact thing they're looking for. Anthem do not need to be scared. They just need to find their lost confidence, especially after facing off against Accelerate in that hard point. One thing is for sure, the confidence might just be lost. But for Anthem, we know what the players are capable of. They've got ample amount of experience too. All it takes is that one single map to bring them back inside of the life. If somehow Anthem does seal the deal on this map of Tunisia, there's a big chance in the future one, they might just run away with the control. But they need Tunisia Asia first, which is going to be a map pick of Accelerate, and I generally think so, considering it is Accelerate's pick. I don't think so they stand a chance to win this home. Even Hacienda, generally speaking, it was the pick of Anthem, and I thought maybe towards Hacienda, things can be a little bit different. Maybe at least we can see a close and a tight-knit affair from the side of Anthem, because they went with Hacienda for a reason, right? Maybe they thought they can easily tackle the players of Accelerate on this map, but no, that was not the case. Accelerate, they just ran through. It was pedal to the metal from the side of Accelerate as they smashed through the players of Anthem. But as we move on towards Tenacia, the game's already started. And what do we see? Off the rip, it's going to be the players of Anthem starting to struggle. It's a 4-on-3. Anthem still, there's a big chance they can't pull off the comeback. It's just one-man lead from the side of Accelerate. It is still doable. A 3-on-4. Even Ghost was taken down from Accelerate. But considering Accelerate's playing the defense, they don't really need to be aggressive. But you can still see the players being a little bit more proactive, wanting to find those off angles and catch the players of Anthem off guard as well. While Anthem, all the players sticking together. And snipers is something now that's going to be a big kryptonite. So they need to watch out from these snipers. Even the time's running out, so that's not a great thing. You can't see Shinoki as well. Trying to move up a little bit more. But speaking of the players of Anthem, they've already found themselves the B site. And now, unfortunately, for the players of Accelerate, they need to play this on retake.
And it's not going to be easy as well. Leg spotted. Vegas lands the first shot. The numbers still in favor of Accelerate. Anthem down players, and I think this might already be over. Legacy, the last man surviving. Extinct's moving for that final kill. Doesn't really find it, but Rebel and G-Shots, they have the last man spotted out as well. Legacy finds one frag, and this is going to be the last man, but Rebel with an impressive shutdown. Just barely clinching the win, but hey, a win is a win.
A win is a win, and they've already got that win in the bag. Nicely done by Accelerate. That's going to be the first round of the board already, and this is what I'm saying, right? If you do get the first hardpoint in the hands, there's a big chance you might just have the momentum as well, and that's exactly what's happening with the players of Accelerate, because Accelerate now knows, especially when it comes to taking those head-on-head duels, Accelerate, they've got the upper edge because they're mechanically better. And that's what they're relying on every single time. You can see the players as well being so proactive. They've already rushed up on one side of things.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, again, round number 2. And Anthem this time being extremely careful with how they want to move on the board, how they want to move on the map. Oh no, though, Ghost. This is just brilliant positioning. Necro catches 2 players off guard, finds those frags, and it's going to be again Anthem on the wrong end of the stick.
Oh,
Vegas
no.
with a pistol as well. And Extinct chimes in for the second, already down to the last man before things even began.
It's a flawless round already, Johnny. I don't think so Accelerate. Yeah. They're going to let loose of the players of Anthem, and that's it. Anthem already losing out on 2 rounds off the rip. And Johnny, this is something now that's starting to make the blurry vision a little bit more clear. We know what the course of action is going to look like inside of the series.
Oh, this is getting fun, and it's on the defense as well. I mean, Tunisia, the map itself is a little bit defensive, but Anthem struggling this much in the initial round, something we did not expect. G-Shots, look at that, early information gathered, and now there's a crossfire that Wee Woo Woo has to deal with on the other side. It's going to be an impossible setup to break as well.
Okay, well, maybe not so.
Yeah.
A beautiful
Nice
nade being placed from Sunoki. And once again, it's all about the team play, right? The communication was something that was pretty fluid in that entire scenario. The position was given away, so a nade came through, and the man got instantly shut down. But still, there's Revel around the corner. And Revel's going to have the off angle. He might just catch the player off guard, and that's what exactly happens. Even Revel finds the beautiful trade, and you blink it and you miss it. What just happened? The entirety of that site was cleared up within seconds.
Yeah, I mean, again, Accelerate, they're just too quick, man. With the retakes, with the defense, counter-aggression from their side. Absolutely phenomenal. And with how the round began, G-Shot shut down right on the get-go. I did not expect Anthem to actually struggle and lose the round like that. That is quite surprising, to be honest.
A slow and steady start this time around, but look at the players of Accelerate. They're already starting to roam through the map. They found so much space towards B, Johnny. And look at Ghost as well. He's probably going to find a really nice wraparound, but it's a little bit too late considering the boys have already found the entrance towards the A site. They're also going to get the plant down as well. The rotation, it might just be a little bit too late from the side of Accelerate, considering it is going to be 4 on 5, accelerated with the man disadvantage, but all it takes is that one single fight, and even that one single fight can change the entirety of this round. Shots has moved on forward, up close, but Shots is not able to find anything. And look at the players of Anthem. This is the comeback they need. But Vegas, he was able to find a 2-piece of his own, but unfortunately, he gets denied because he tried to find the third.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be intense now. 3-1, finally Anthem get themselves on the board, but they need that equalizer before the half switch. That's the question, can they find it though? Last round, I think they just did not expect Anthem again to run it towards mid. And Accelerate caught off guard because of that, but hey, they return the favor. It's going to be Rebel who goes big, finds those 2 early kills inside of the round. Legacy with the trade as Vegas gets shut down. But still a 4v3 in the favor of Accelerate right now.
They're making some quick moves on the board, and that's something that might just save the day for them. But hold on, Anthem, they've came up with a nice reply. And now for Accelerate, no matter what step they try to take inside of the game, it's not looking that fluid. There we go. The first engagement comes through for Ghost, but he's not able to come out on top. Anthem now, slowly and steadily, starting to get the pace back inside of this entire series.
Too aggressive, man. That was too aggressive from the side of Accelerate with how we saw
Overconfidence.
Yeah, overconfident as well. Charging forward with a sniper like that, point-blank range. You have 3 players right in front of you. Yeah, I'm quite doubtful that's ever going to work out for anyone. The best you can do is just find one frag and then you get traded out instantly. But look at this, the spam from Extinct. And it's a quick take of that A side coming in from Anthem this time.
There we go. Even the pushes are now starting to be made. Good utils being tossed, but unfortunately, they're not able to find any sort of value just yet. It's now time to hold the angles. The post plant, something that's going to matter the most, but still the man advantage is in the hands of Accelerate. And Shinoki's about to face off against 2 players at the same time. Is he ready for this face-off? Type 19 in the hands of Vegas. His position's compromised as well, while Shinoki's just waiting for someone to pop out from this angle. And there we go. Position's now given, but still the man was taking a nap and he got caught. And here we go, just like that. Within moments, it's going to be Accelerate taking over the site.
3-2. And again, the score goes up 4-2. Brilliantly done by the side of Accelerate. 4 rounds on defense. But what can they do now that they are going to be on attack? As you mentioned a few moments ago when this mode began, Necro, that Accelerate, they are a little bit stronger with their gunpowder, with their mechanics, and on the attack. If all of them move in together, we know it's just going to be a bloodbath, and the players of Anthem are going to fall left and right.
It's all about the day too, right? And right now it feels like even the day's starting to favor these boys. Oh, the wall banks, they're connecting, Johnny. Rebel and Vegas were taken down so low. They're so lucky to be alive right now. One single shot, and maybe that could have been the early trade they were looking for. Accelerate, they've already lost out on Ghost. That's not a great news. A 4-5 off the rip for Accelerate. If they lose out in this first round in the first half, it's not going to be nice. But now things are taking a little bit more slow and cautiously. Even Wiz is waiting for at least a few peeks from the front. But Accelerate, they're not going to give it away just like that. G-Shots was able to take down the man pretty low, but even he himself has taken a lot of that damage upon himself.
Still the numbers in the favor of Anthem. 58 seconds on the clock. Let's not forget Accelerate, they're fighting against time in this round as well. Still very spread up on the entire map. And it's the sniper that they have to deal with as well. But here comes the trade mid-round. Nicely done by G-Shots as well. But Vegas in a world of trouble. Could have been finished off over there. Barely managed to survive and run back. Still 35 seconds. Can they get the bomb plant in?
They're wasting a lot of time, Johnny. And I'm not sure what can be done at this point in time. But what am I watching? Look at Starboy. He's already pushed up so deep that they do not expect Starboy to be there. But here we go. Even the trades come to fruition, so that's a great thing. Now they know exactly where Legacy's placed as well. Legacy's on this site as they move on towards P. They might just get the plant down as well. But G-Shots, his position's also known. G-Shot's going for the plant. What is Revel doing? Revel's got no clue that G-Shot's being contested. Did he not hear the footsteps?
I don't think so. I don't think he heard the footsteps, and Rebel just let the players of Anthem slip by. That was a big blunder. That position, it was such a brilliant position to be in. Could have gone for a big play, and a player like Rebel, an easy 2K could have been secured, but no. And as you mentioned, Necro G shots over there, doing all the hard work, gets caught off guard, just planting the bomb, can't even get his weapons out in time. But 4-3, Accelerate now. The momentum has completely been shut down. And again, as we mentioned, this is a defensive map. Anthem taking full advantage of that. Look at that, holding position, setting up crossfires. They know they don't really have to move around a lot. Just wait for the players of Accelerate to step into their crosshairs. Oh,
pretty much. He was spotted. The shot was taken. Luckily enough for them, no connection found. Sunoki as well, tossing on the utils inside of that area. Nothing found just yet. The Rebels about to face off against someone, and that's going to be Legacy in the front. But even Legacy just peeks out, scopes in, gets the intel, and backs away instantly. And here comes the first engagement. It's going to be Rebel to come out on top with his quick reflexes, but still the trade from the side of Anthem, it's missing.
Let's see. Opportunity still there for Accelerate to find a few extra frags. Sunoki stuck on that A side. There's a man backing him up in the form of Sundance, but it's a lot of passive pressure for them to deal with. And the players of Accelerate, look at that, they make a run towards that B side. A quick switch up, 30 seconds on the board. Legacy's the man blocking their way. Spam shots inside of the smoke, not really finding any connection.
Oh my god, what is Rebel doing? He's over-aggressing, Johnny, and Rebel gets caught instantly. But still is completely fine as long as the players are getting the trades. And that's where Accelerate, they once again bring the number back to the equal. But unfortunately, even the second man hits the deck, and now it's taken down to a 2-on-1. It's not looking too nice for the side of Accelerate. They might just lose out in this round. The first shot is missed. It's not nice. And Vegas whiffs the second shot as well. Rebel was too aggressive in that instance. He wanted to go for the off angle. He wanted to be a little bit more proactive, catch the players off guard. But no, unfortunately, in the efforts of putting or trying to make a highlight play, he just screwed up the entire round. And this is what I'm talking about, too. Accelerate just getting those early 2 picks, instantly bringing their team back in the advantage. And now for Accelerate, just look at what am I watching. As soon as the players of Accelerate do realize that, okay, maybe now Anthem, they've got the big lead, they instantly start to hit back the players of Anthem. Last 2 boys remaining on the board, and I don't think a lot can be expected from Sundance and Sunoki. But just Sundance, maybe, if he's able to strike down 2 players single-handedly, there's a big chance things can still be taken down an equalizer. Someone needs to go for a heroic play. Someone needs to make a highlight play over here. The man on the off angle, he might just have a chance to catch both of these off guard, and that's what he exactly does. Vegas finds a nice 2-piece as he brings out the closure on the 5th round as well for the side of Accelerate.
Five to 4. Still a close game between these two sides. Accelerate just barely managing to get something back in their favor, but Anthem very close to just swing things around. But this time Accelerate, they just move in, and this time it's going to be them that run into the meat grinder. Sundance, he gets all of them out. What a big play coming in from Sundance this round. Accelerate already down to 1 man, and even he's going to be shut down. Anthem once again finding the equalizer. That barely took like 4 seconds.
It indeed did. But what just happened, Johnny? It was the LMG from Sundance, which just mowed down the entire lawn and shut down Accelerate. And now for Accelerate, this is going to be a wake-up call. This is supposed to be the reality check that is being handed out to the players of Accelerate. Just because you won the hard point, it does not necessarily mean that you can dominate through search and destroy. Wall and Viz, those 2 important picks. That's now going to bring the round back in the court of Anthem. Everything is messed up from the side of Accelerate. They do not exactly know how to counter the players of Anthem on the attack. They're struggling too much, Johnny. And if the same thing keeps on happening, if the legacy just keeps on hitting the players of Accelerate, then it's going to be a rough pill. But here we go. Eventually, the LMG gets shut down of Sundance, so that's a really great news because that was the main playmaker last time around, and now the round's taken down with 3-on-3.
Still very close. The bomb being planted on that B side, and the players of Anthem just staying back towards A. 43 seconds left to move in for that retake. And now they finally make the move. But Accelerate, how good is their defense going to be like? Utility goes out, the smoke gives away the position, and players are going to be spotted out by Vegas.
Oh no.
Why? Why go for a peek like that? Saw two men over there.
Okay.
But hey, Extinct, what was that? An equalizer? That was very impressive, but still 2v2. Can they bring themselves back into this round?
That was such a quick flick from Extinct, and now Ghost needs to be the main playmaker, and he is. Finding the last 2 kills to close it off, and the 6th round as well is going to be on the board for Accelerate. It's now starting to be a big pendulum, Johnny. Back and forth, back and forth. That's what the scoreline's looking like. There's a big chance now Anthem can win and make it 6-6, and we might just go to the OT.
I mean, the possibility is going to be there for an overtime, but Accelerate, I think their objective right now is going to be just to close out the series with a quick 2-0. Do not want to give Anthem an opportunity to make a comeback. Oh, no, though. Woo, that 3K. That's the mow down, as you said, and I think we will have to prepare ourselves for the overtime. Extinct finds an impressive frag, but instant shutdown comes in with that slide. Was that an ace? Did he get all of them?
Maybe he did. But Johnny, an OT on the board. Anthem, they really are not letting go of this entire moment.
Oh, yeah.
They do not want to let go of the search and destroy. Tenacia was the pick of Accelerate, and now they're getting ran through on their own pick. It's not looking nice. Accelerate, for them, constant setbacks are being handed out. And for Accelerate, the only way they can make a comeback now is by dominating through this round. The first round of OT. That might just give them some semblance of hope in this search and destroy. Accelerate, they're playing on the defense, and they're also letting the players have the map control. The bomb's going to be planted too, and Accelerate, they're going to play it nice and slow. Sundance once again with his LMG. He's looking to light a few players up. They've also got the SMGs and the ARs on the board. Even the snipers now looking to find a little bit of that taste of blood of Anthem. Utils being tossed. Legacy is able to find a 1. Even Wiz is able to shut down Revel, and Wiz that 2K. It's something now that's going to bring the team back into life, but Extincts. What are those 2 important kills? And out of nowhere, you can see the players of Accelerate just bringing themselves back to life. Even the third one couldn't be found, but Starboy, he clutches it out for his team. Extincts almost saved the day, but unfortunately, Starboy was there to save the day.
Yeah, Anthem, they have to be so lucky that Starboy found that final frag. Extincts otherwise would have just stolen that win away from the side of Anthem. And what an impressive sniper shot that was. He shot one man mid-air. But look at this. Now it's going to be Woo going for a close range battle, and Starboy from the flank helping him find a few extra frags. But this time it's going to be the side of Accelerate who find those frags. And on attack, man advantage gained for the first time in this entire series.
This LMG from Sundance. It's been the main playmaker. It's able to find so much value. 6 kills already on the board for Sundance. But this time around, Accelerate, they've got so much map control that Anthem just do not know where to look. They do not know where to expect the players. It's a 2-on-1. The man advantage clearly in the hands of Accelerate too. And now they need to play together. Set up a nice crossfire, and that's what they're exactly doing. They're waiting for Sundance to walk in their trap. Sundance slowly and steadily walking towards the site. His footsteps are definitely heard as he's now going to try to clear that angle too. He gets spotted. Oh, I genuinely thought we might just see the whip from Ghost, but luckily enough, he scopes back in and he shuts down the player.
Oh man, it was so close. As you mentioned, I mean, he could have whipped as well. Started ADSing towards the feet themselves. And again, Sundance barely making it through this time, but again, that early 2-man advantage that the players of Accelerate had, a big reason that helped them to close out. But oh no, this time Accelerate, they are on it, on defense, getting a big upper hand. Sundance, the last man left alive as soon as the round begins, and he's going to be shut down as well. Quick work made of the players of Anthem as they Accelerate, put themselves on the board. Once again, 8-7. They are up one round, but can they close the series out? Still a big question. And this time it's going to be Anthem on defense and Accelerate. They're playing attack.
Accelerate needs one more round to throw the closure. Johnny, do you think they can find it? It's always been the pendulum. Sometimes it's the players of Anthem, sometimes it's the players of Accelerate. It's like Accelerate gets one round and then instantly Anthem replies back with one. And now the pattern is supposed to favor the players of Anthem. Accelerate's playing it much more laid back this time around. They do not really want to go for those early duels just yet. They have found a lot of that space towards the map, and Legacy is being isolated. That's nicely done. Site control's already back and established. And Accelerate, here comes their picks. As a beautiful place, Nate's also going to catch Sanoki. And now Anthem, they're falling apart inside of this round. It's a 3-on-5. Already the man advantage is heavily stacked towards the players of Accelerate. And look at the amount of control they found, too. Anthem can't do anything. If they keep on playing the same way, they're going to run into a massive meat grinder.
Two snipers lined up as well, and look at that, Vegas gets two. One last man, Wiz remaining, finds a frag, but this time it's going to be the man felled to the brim with confidence. Rebel, the devil who shuts him down, and Accelerate. Quick work made of Anthem 2. Oh, Necro, this is not what we expected. They shut things down on Search and Destroy, but man, that was a back and forth between these two sides.
Yeah, Search and Destroy was elongated for too long, but still it was Anthem to close. Still it was Anthem to make it pretty close, but then their opponents, of course, closed things out. And speaking of Accelerate, man, generally speaking, considering the Hardpoint was completely one-sided, I thought maybe even the Search and Destroy is going to be super one-sided, but no, that was not the case. And all thanks to Wiz and Sundance. These two guys were able to find multi-kills after multi-kills to keep their team inside of the race, especially Sundance with that LMG play. He was able to get so many kills on the port, and even Wiz, he was able to find an ace.
Yeah, Legacy as well. I think we can't take anything away from him on that Tundra. He was very impressive. Majority of the time just forced to hold on to that B side all alone, and he did a very good job doing that. I think until the overtime, even the players of Accelerate were quite hesitant in running towards that B side just because of Legacy being there. But towards the last round, that is where they chose to run. And again, finding him all alone, it just worked out in their favor. But here we have the highlights. And again, the first few rounds were kind of dominated by Accelerate.
They were, man. But then later on, as soon as Anthem started to find the groove, as soon as Anthem was able to bring themselves back inside of the race, the players of Accelerate, they definitely started to sweat on Search and Destroy. Well, at least we know now Anthem, they are looking pretty good on their Search and Destroys. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, Accelerate, they need to improve a lot more on their team synergy, especially inside of Search and Destroy. They do rely a lot on their mechanics.
Oh, yeah, they are. And again, I mean, why wouldn't you? If you are mechanically solid, you know, you can beat down on the players on the opposing side. You're going to try and do that. But again, I think it was the overconfidence that came in from the side of the players of Accelerate mid-game that allowed Anthem an opportunity to get a few extra rounds for themselves as well. And again, the players, we had Sundance stepping up, Starboy with that impressive clutch where Extinct's almost, this is the round I'm talking about, Extinct's almost got that equalizer right here. And not the equalizer, but he could have gotten the closer for his team over there, but Starboy denying that, helping his team secure the succession into overtime. But again, overtime, the story remains the same. An initial back and forth, and Accelerate just closes the series out.
And even the last man, right? Almost the closure could have been there with that sniper, but the last man was barely surviving on 1 HP. Starboy is so lucky to not be taken down in that duel. But hey, luckily enough for the players of Anthem, you can say this can be a little bit of that semblance of hope that maybe in the future, if these two teams can collide, Anthem can definitely be the one to come back stronger. But they need to work a little bit more on their hard point. And if you're trying to speak of the game strat for the side of Accelerate on a hard point, it's pretty simple. All 5 of us group up and we bum rush towards the hard point because someone has to get those trades and we can automatically come out on top in the hard point itself.
Yeah, again, but look at this now. I mean, it's a 2-0 for the players of Accelerate. And again, Search and Destroy very evenly matched both these two sides individually. If we talk about it, Wiz, of course, the best performing player in this matchup, along with Vegas, who was able to secure 18 frags. That is impressive. And Extincts as well, especially that one round with that sniper. Ooh, that was godly.
That indeed was, but honestly speaking, the only reason why Anthem was there inside of the game for such a long time, it was all thanks to Wiz and even Legacy sometime around. And even Sundance in that one single round, that was supposed to be the impact round, and that's where Sundance performed. If Sundance would not have gotten those multi-kills in that round, it would have been done for for the side of Anthem. But luckily enough, Sundance was able to pop off with that LMG. He was able to put the entirety of that side on the big lockdown, and no one was able to pierce through Sundance. So that's a really good thing. At least on towards Tunisia. Now the players of Accelerate know you do not need to challenge the players of Anthem and Tunisia. Maybe firing range can be a better choice, considering both these teams are pretty good on that map. But you can't just say, considering the mechanical side is looking much better from Accelerate, firing range can be that classic map where they can face off against teams.
Yeah, it can be. It can definitely be. I mean, firing range a little bit more balanced, but Tunisia definitely heavily defensive-sided this map. I mean, we've seen that in the past. Teams are very comfortable on the defense. Attack is where you struggle because you have to push through those tiny little choke points, and that just forces the lanes. They force your players, your entire team to just line up. And as we saw in this map as well, in this matchup multiple times, it just turns into a meat grinder because there's a lot of movement space on the side itself. But hey, the first series is done and dusted. I think it's time to move on to the next one now.
Exactly, Johnny. We will move on to the next series, but after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw that right now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Savage love, just till I had enough. say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take you ain't the one. Call it savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Car's easy. I'm taking the kill back. Run time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after that short break. And Johnny, are you ready for this rematch between Galaxia 5 and Accelerate? Because the last time when we saw these two teams collide, it was clearly the collision favoring the players of Accelerate. But this time around, maybe Galaxia 5, especially in that lower bracket when we saw them perform, they were like a complete different beast.
Yeah, I mean, they were a beast indeed. Galaxia 5 just 2-0ing Team Dope. And again, moving forward inside of these challenge season. But again, Accelerate, I think they are a little bit more experienced. They know how to take on the players of Galaxia 5. So just like the match in the upper bracket of that open finals, I'm expecting a quick 2-0 from Accelerate, especially with what they have done to the side of Anthem very recently. I think they're going to be very motivated as well.
Yeah, I mean, Accelerate, they might just be motivated, but that search and destroy is something that might just plant a bit of those doubts in the heads of Accelerate as well. If they screw things up on Hardpoint, then maybe search and destroy is something that might just not be in their favor. But once again, we're speaking of Accelerate screwing up Hardpoint. And what are the chances that that's going to happen, especially when they face off against Galaxia 5 pretty much next to none? So one thing is for sure, we might just see Accelerate with a pounding start against their opponents. But then for the players of Galaxia 5, the only saving grace is going to be the search and destroy. If they're able to rule out the players of Accelerate and search and destroy, then maybe Control can be a close one. But still, we're speaking of Accelerate, and we've already seen these two teams collide in the past. And clearly, it was a one-sided affair favoring the players of Accelerate.
Yeah, it was a one-sided affair in both the modes, and again, I mean, we are going to see what the map veto is going to look like today as well, because that can be a big game changer. If we see Tunisia again, then maybe Galaxia can make a comeback, but let's have a look at the squad roster for Galaxia as well. Rogue, Disparity, Drago, Marbs, and Lakshya being the inside of the team, and last time around, there were a lot of expectation from Marbs, but unfortunately, wasn't really able to perform. Hopefully, this time it's going to be a little different.
Still, an okayish performance was there from Marbs, right? Nothing taken away from that. Even Disparity was able to do pretty good. Even Rogue was able to pop off. So Galaxia 5 in the lower brackets, they were definitely playing quite nice. They were like a well-knit unit. But if you're trying to look at the few highlights too, I mean, Galaxia 5 in general, they were in groove. Even Fury was able to play on his top-notch form. While you try and move on towards Accelerate, I mean, it's Revel, man. Revel was an absolute devil, and he was the main reason for the demise of Galaxia 5. Revel was popping off in the hard point.
Yeah, Revel was kind of the devil today as well, and I don't think there's anything that has changed for this man. He's just in a top-notch form right now, and it's going to be very difficult, but still very important for Galaxia to figure out a way to how to shut him down. And once you deal with Revel, then there's the entire team right behind him that you have to deal with. So there's like two problems that you have to face, Revel and everyone else. But again, Galaxia, hopefully they've made a few improvements, because again, one advantage is that, as we keep mentioning, yes, the series the last time around was one-sided, but at least Galaxia have some idea of how Accelerate likes to play things out, and maybe they've come up with a few countermeasures to use against them today.
Maybe the map veto is something that can be a good friend for the players of Galaxia 5 and help them shut down their opponents. But let's move on towards the map veto and figure out what the first map is going to be towards Hardpoint. Hey, it's going to be Hacienda once again. Why does everyone pick Hacienda against Accelerate when they get absolutely bum-rushed? And this was the same pick against Accelerate in the past as well. And Hacienda was completely dominated by Accelerate. So once again, Galaxia 5 is going to pick up Hacienda against them. Firing range is going to be the pick of Accelerate, which is pretty much the classic pick, and that's something I suggested the boys, so maybe they heard me.
I mean, yeah, firing range, it should be interesting, but as you mentioned, Hacienda, we just saw what Accelerate did to Anthem just now, a few moments ago, in the same map, on the same mode, and I think Galaxia are going to suffer the same fate as well. But what were their options, man? The last time they tried playing Summit against Accelerate, and it was a 250 against 33. They just got dominated pretty hard, and firing range as well. You know, I'm quite skeptical that firing range, again, Accelerate is going to walk away with the win, because the last time they won against Galaxia 7-1.
So that's the best part, right? The only reason why I'm saying that firing range is going to favor heavily the players of Accelerate, because it's one of the most classic maps, right? There's not really a lot of those plays that are going to be unexpected on the map, because it's been played so many times in the competitive pool. So the players are accustomed to every single play that you can possibly pull out on this map. So for Accelerate, considering they've already got the mechanics, they are also accustomed to this map of firing range, so there's a big chance they might just come out on top, because mechanics is something that might just overrule the players of Galaxia 5. But here we go. Mars with a 2-piece off the rip to start things off, but G-Shots from the back. He finds a nice 3-piece, shutting down the entirety of Galaxia 5. And just look at the points flow. They've already got it back in their hands, and even that 100-killer drone finding disparity. Someone stopped G-Shots.
Yeah, someone needs to stop G-Shots, man. This man is on fire, and I think finally Lakshya and Mobs, they start to step in, a little bit of a shutdown, but Accelerate not slowing down, too much pressure inside of this first hardpoint itself, and they still have 30 more seconds to go. But Disparity and Rogue, the cleanup comes through, and for a few seconds, Galaxia do get a little bit of breathing room on towards that hardpoint.
What am I even watching? What is Marbs doing? He's constantly just spamming through that window. He's not able to get anything done. Vegas comes in. He finds those multi-kills, even backed up with Ghost. There's not a lot Galaxia 5 can do, Johnny. It's just the same past we are viewing in the future. It feels like I'm watching a recorded tape.
Yeah, man. I mean, at least Anthem right now was at double digits. Accelerate this time around, though, not allowing Galaxia to even touch 10 points, stuck at 5, and they move towards the next hard point before them as well. Now the crossfire is going to be set up, the entry blocked with that wall of smoke as well. But Rogue tries to move in, the pre-fire comes through, and Rogue gets shut down. Lakshya finds the trade, Ghost is going to be spotted out as well, an awkward angle, but X-Factor, instant trade, 56-5. There is no slowing down Accelerate right now.
Yeah, it's not looking too nice. And look at Warden. What a clear that was. I generally thought Warden can't be struck down from that angle, but no, saves the man. And just look at the players of Accelerate. They know each and every single angle the players are going to be flooding in from. Even the stairs has gone a big lockdown. The man's not able to get anything done. Galaxia 5, they're starting to choke up every single angle they're looking for to move on towards that garage area. And yes, G5 is not standing a chance. Every single duel is being lost. How are you supposed to lose that duel when the man's taken down 1 HP? That was a big mess up from the side of Galaxia 5. And yes, at this point, you can say the players of Accelerate, they're just mechanically better.
Well, let's see, they are mechanically better, and right now, I think Galaxy are regretting this Hacienda pick as well. Summit, at least they stood a fighting chance on Hacienda. Accelerate just mowing them down every single time we see a player of Galaxia appear. They just disappear like a vanishing act the very next second. 96-5. Accelerate almost hitting the triple digits, and there it is.
Oh no, you can't even say a lot over here, man. Accelerate, they're just dominating through. They're just stomping through the competition. Even a War Machine's being pulled out. G-Shots as well pulls out the Sparrow. Accelerate is all across the kill feed. You can't do anything against this team. They're just getting so many kills to the point where now the players of Galaxia 5, they're getting spawn camped, and you just can't do anything. As soon as the players, they come back to life, they are meeting the bullets of Accelerate. And for Accelerate, this is exactly what they were looking for. Galaxia 5 is constantly stuck with those 5 points on the board. They're not able to get anything done. Even the Predator missile from Warden was able to find a nice 2-piece. And in the kill feed, it's just Accelerate. You can't do anything if you're Galaxia 5. The players of Accelerate, they're just better when it comes to the team play. They've got each other's back. Even the mechanics, they seem a little bit more sharp.
Man, they're still stuck at only 5 points. How is that possible? Accelerate almost at 150. This is just a big advantage for the side of Accelerate. And look at that. The players of Galaxy, they're moving towards the next hardpoint, but the players of Accelerate, all of them, in fact, closing in together. And just 3 players standing for defense. Two were finished off with the utility. They're going to look for more frags, and there's going to be the cleanup. Accelerate once again in control of this hard point. There is no slowing them down. Finally, Galaxia get themselves to 16, but yeah, I think that should be it.
Yeah, Johnny, at least we expected some improvement, right? But this improvement is from the players of Accelerate. We haven't seen any improvement from Galaxia because they're getting absolutely ran through. This time it's even worse than the last time they faced off against Accelerate.
Yeah, G-Shots is just farming kills, man. Finally gets shut down, 173 to 16, and at this point not really caring about finishing off Galaxia. I think now it's just about securing the win. But two players move in from the side of Galaxia, both of them instantly shut down. 175, 176, 7 seconds remaining on this hard point, and now the next one is going to be at the fountain, the center of this mansion once again.
No matter what you're trying to do, you're still meeting your makers, and that's pretty much been the fate for the side of Galaxia. No matter what they try to bring upon the board, they try to bring up those different variations, but still the team plays something that's lacking. You speak of the trades as well. There's no one to get the trades of the players itself. And even G5 Marv from the top is trying to rain down some hellfire against the players, but even that's not working out. Accelerate, they're just accelerating through this entire matchup, through this entire hard point, but finally Galaxia 5, they get some sort of control, but that control is going to be snatched away from Accelerate once again. Warden, he's able to find those multi-kills after multi-kills, snatch it away from Galaxia 5, get that 200 points marker on the board as well for Accelerate.
Well, let's see though, 203 to 25, and now Disparity, he does find a frag for himself, but it's just 20 seconds left on this hard point. And again, Galaxia, not a single second to breathe. They're trying their level best, but as you mentioned, the difference a little too big for Galaxia to make a comeback. I think this mode, it is already over. Preparing for firing range again, but as expected, Necro, I am going to say this right now, the last time they did it, this time they're going to replicate it. Accelerate, they should be able to close out the series 2-0 if this is how things are going to go.
Yeah, Johnny, we pretty much know what the fate's going to look like. War Machine's pulled out as well, and now the man's going to keep on spamming on that same choke point. A lot of those kills are being able to find as well. Another War Machine being pulled out from the side of Extinct, and you can't really do a lot. Extinct's able to just funnel through so many kills with that War Machine. Even Warden up close and personal with that. Fnac is able to find too much value. 216 will make that 217. The constant point flow is there in the hands of Accelerate. And now no matter what Galaxia 5 is trying to bring on the board, it's always being denied. And Warden with the equalizer, this man is now starting to pop off on a different level.
Man, score streaks online as well for Warden, so more trouble for the side of Galaxia now 238, just 10 points remaining. Accelerate, just making it look extremely easy. Galaxia, compared to last time they went up against Accelerate, they do get 5 more points. Last time it was 33 against 250, but this time it is 38 for Galaxia, 250 for Accelerate. A one-sided win, Necro.
Yeah, it was even worse than the last time. We expected some improvement from Galaxia 5. Well, that was not the case. Instead, it was the improvement from Accelerate. But maybe you can blame it on the previous matchup because Accelerate, they got the heavy challenge from their opponent. So this time around, Accelerate was like, you know what? We're not going to mess around anymore. We are going to stick to the business. And for Galaxia 5, that was not great.
Yeah, the warm-up was good. That's what you mean to say, right?
Yeah.
Especially against Anthem. That was the perfect warm-up for Accelerate. And they dominated Anthem as well. And now with Galaxia, they just made it look very easy. But I'm worried about firing range, man. Tunisia, again, still a little bit more balanced. But firing range, as I mentioned, the last time between these two teams, it was a 7-1 in the favor of Accelerate. And I think it's going to be pretty much the same this time as well.
Hey, we have seen a bit of that improvement from Accelerate. Maybe it can be 7-0 this time, considering they did much better in Hardpoint. So maybe this time around they do not even want to let loose of that one single round. But hey, jokes apart, you never know. Maybe Galaxia 5, they can counter the players of Accelerate, considering inside of Search and Destroy, it's much more easier to read the opponents. But in Hardpoint, man, just you try and speak of the mechanics side of things, G-shots off the rip, this man was dominating. Then later on, he was Warden all across the kill feed.
Yeah, I mean, Warden was very impressive in this game as well. And again, I think the only way Accelerate messes up is if they get overconfident. That is what happened in their matchup against Anthem a few months ago. And if that is going to be the case right now against Galaxia as well, then you never know. It is Search and Destroy. Round by round, even Galaxia can make a comeback.
Maybe they can. But still, man, considering the players of Accelerate, they faced up so much of that reality check when they faced off against Anthem because they got too overconfident. I don't think so the same course of action is going to look like inside of firing range. Maybe this time around, considering the players of Accelerate, they were much more humbled up in that previous Search and Destroy. In this Search and Destroy, they will try to stick to business. They're going to take things much more serious. At least that's what I expect. But looking at these highlights, you do not even see the players of Galaxia 5 even for a bit in action. It's just the players of Accelerate. In every single kill, you see them just mowing down the lawns, and you got to give it to Warden, man. This man was already getting so many multi-kills, 3 to 4 Ks back-to-back, and as soon as he pulled out the equalizers too, Warden was unstoppable.
Look at that, everyone on the side of Accelerate, 20 plus kills for everyone. Not a single player from the side of Galaxia even hitting 20. It was just dominated by the players of Accelerate this time, the mode of Hardpoint. But again, Search and Destroy can be completely different. That firing range map, it is going to be an intense one for sure. And Accelerate, as we keep talking about them, heavy favorites inside of this series. I think we're just waiting to see how this next mode turns out before we move on to match number 3 of the day, which is going to be Anthem. Once again, stepping into the match against Team Felines. And we are going to see Team Felines for the first time. Name change coming in for a team from that open finals, by the way.
So, I mean, considering it is also one of those invited teams, right? So I would like to see what Felines has got in competition as well, what they've got in stake. They came right next to Godlike. So we're expecting a lot of that competition against Anthem in the upcoming series.
Yeah.
But speaking of this series itself, we pretty much know what the course of action might just look like, what the future might just look like. It is going to be the classic map of firing range and search and destroy. And for Accelerate, considering they've already stomped through the opponents in the first matchup itself, and for Galaxia 5, imagine how unlucky you got to be. You've already faced off against Accelerate in the open finals, and then you instantly face off against Accelerate once again on the day 1, by the way, against Accelerate again, and you're getting stomped through. Pretty much the same past is repeating itself.
Exactly, it's a complete one-sided beatdown, as you mentioned, just like the last time. I mean, usually when you see rematches happen like this, you hope for a revenge storyline, the underdogs walking away with a win against the team that beat them down the last time. But turns out, Accelerate, well, yeah, they are not going to go easy on anyone, even if it's Galaxia. And here we have it, the map of firing range on our screens now.
Firing range, it is going to be a much more of a one-sided affair. At least that's what we expect. It is the classic maps, and considering Accelerate, they're feeling at the top of the form, especially when it comes to the mechanics. Their aim's being on point. They're looking much more sharper when it comes to making those quick decisions, and that's something firing range really, really favors. Here we go. Second match of the series is going to be played on firing range. Search and Destroy is going to be the game mode. Is Galaxia 5 going to stand a chance against Accelerate? That's a big question. Sniper's pulled out from Vegas off the rip, is waiting for someone to cross on forward, but that cross has not been spotted just yet. And Vegas, he's now pretty much given the call maybe that the players are going to be stacked up heavily towards that site. But once again, they're looking to back away towards B, Johnny.
Well, let's see. Still looking to find that first frag for themselves, and it is going to be interesting to see how this turns out. Galaxia, oh, they find it. Warden shut down. Could be big. Accelerate down a man, especially on that defense. Numbers are going to be split thin now.
They are going to be. Vegas, with that sniper, he hasn't been able to find a lot of that success, but it's a great thing for Galaxia 5, considering they already found the opener against Warden. But here we go. Even the second one's going to hit the deck. It's now looking nice for Accelerate. What is exactly happening? The slow and steady approach is now starting to dig the graves of Accelerate themselves. And Accelerate, now they really need to take the fight up close and personal. What a shot of that sniper was. Vegas, a quick scope to the face of that opponent. And even Extinct is able to follow it up with the second one too. Marbs, he needs to be the main playmaker. He needs to find the proper trade as well for his teams. But Vegas comes through with a beautiful trade of his own as he shuts down another player, Galaxia from the back. He slides through with that sniper and finds a nice shot.
Well, let's see. Galaxia somehow get themselves on the board, but Necro, your prediction is out the window with that. I think they have gotten themselves the first round, and that should be a motivation for Galaxia. But Accelerate, are they going to be upset with this now? Do we see them just get a little bit more aggressive? It's their overconfidence, as we discussed, that can lose them these rounds. G-shots picked off. Warden does find the trade, though. But disparity, look at how aggressive he is, almost picking off Extinct, but Warden, he goes big. Mobs is going to be shut down, and he finds the third frag for himself. This man is unstoppable. Finally gets picked off by Factor, but Accelerate now, they're down in a 2v2.
X-Factor, he's definitely bringing in that X-Factor inside of the game, Johnny. And if he keeps on playing the same way, that's going to be great news. Galaxia 5 with just 2 players standing, and the same thing can be set for Accelerate too. Ghost in Vegas. The two veterans on a big mission. Sniper in the hands of Vegas. He's just went for someone to cross on forward with in his crosshair. And at this point in time, a slow and steady approach. It makes a lot of sense as well because you do not exactly know where the opponent's placed as well. Galaxia 5's Luxia has already moved on towards that B side. Has found so much of that roaming space. And he's pretty much going to catch at least someone off guard with this angle. He's got a lot of that proactive angle to play with. B sides and takings, as X Factor is going to go for that plant too. Accelerate, they get completely caught off guard with this plant.
2 versus 2, 30 seconds to go. Oh, that's the first. You'd want is now swings in the favor of Accelerate, and they should be able to get themselves that equalizer. They have the bomb as well. Vegas with that Trandra spots out Luxia, but it's going to be Luxia a little bit quicker on the trigger, but Vegas still finds the frag and enough time to go for the defuse. Impressively done. They took their sweet time. Accelerate, there's the equalizer necro that we wanted.
Beautifully done. Accelerate now getting that first round on the board, and maybe, Johnny, we might just see the same thing happen from the past. 7-1, maybe that's going to be the scoreline. It's not a great news that Accelerate was able to find this round, considering Galaxia 5, they found the equalizer quite nicely. Even the Warden was able to pop off on this A site. Still, things were taken pretty lightly. Still, things were taken pretty calmly. And what a shot that was! The second one as well follows up. You can't challenge the sniper like this. And within a moment, you see the entirety of the opponent team just coming crashing down.
Oh man, quick work of Galaxia. Now they are finally starting to show their moves. Now they are finally starting to move in. Brilliantly done from Accelerate. But how far can they take this Galaxia? They are going to be spotted out. And free frags for Rogue. He finds 2. No way that should have happened. A flash in their faces and they were forced to run back. Still a 2 versus 4 situation. They can still bring it back.
Yeah, they can indeed bring it back. But what a counter that was, Shawnee. One single flash as soon as they anticipated the push coming through. The utils were being tossed to perfection. The flash came into play. The players were instantly struck back. They could not do anything. Everyone was blinded. And that's something that gave the upper edge to the players of G5 instantly in that duel. Accelerate, though, still... It is... What was that shot? I just made my own words with that. I did not even see the player on my screen. And Extincts just quick scoped that guy outside of the lobby. The second one as well comes into fruition. X Factor now is going to be the man up close and personal, but does he know? That's my question. Unfortunately, Extincts gets exterminated from the game. But X Factor with that shock, and he can indeed be the main X Factor that the players of Galaxia 5 is looking for. But still, you've got Ghost up and alive. He is a man with a lot of experience. He might just read through the players of Galaxia 5 like an open book. He might just see this crossfire coming through as well. Spots out the first player. That's a big mishap from the opponents. And Ghost, what a read that was. He knew that the second peek's going to come through as well. And he kept on spamming the same direction.
Yeah, the man knew there was someone hiding inside that container, and Ghost just goes big. This was a round that Galaxia should not have lost. This could have been that comeback that they were hoping for, but now I think they're going to be doubting themselves. Necro rounds like this, they break the morale of the team. And Galaxia, can they bounce back once again? Hyper-aggression coming in from the players of Accelerate. But Galaxia, a lot of utility lob towards B, and they make a run towards the A side.
Accelerate. They have learned their lesson in the previous round. Taking it too aggressive sometimes can meet to a perfect counter from the opponents. That's why they do not want to let that come through in the first place. Look at the boys. They've already snuffed up so deep. Extinct was able to find the first, but then the return frag as well is there from Ghost. Even G-Shots is able to chime back inside of the action, but Marvs replies back with a great answer. It's a 3-on-3. Sniper still in the hands of Vegas. He is able to attack the players on the feet, but no kill being found just yet. The man's quite softened up in Vegas. He finds a kill onto Marvs. I'm not exactly sure why did Marvs go for an ego peek like that.
They need information, Necro. It's a big problem for Galaxia with the bomb being dropped down mid. If they can't recover the bomb, then there is no round. There is no hope of winning this round as well. And now they're just choked inside of this container. The players of Accelerate, they have them surrounded from every single direction. And Galaxia, look at how hesitant they are in picking those fights. Look at how scared they are in picking those angles. There's going to be the first initial peek. Lakshay just trying to check. Rogue goes for the slide, finds the frag, but the spray down from Warden. Numbers still in the favor of Accelerate, and he pre-fires going around the corner. Finds that frag. He had the player already extremely low, but 4-1. Yeah, it's going to be a tough job for Galaxia to try and bring themselves back now.
I just love that from Accelerate, right? They knew all the players are trapped in that trailer, so they had it on a complete lockdown. Even the sniper was looking at both the ends. And I'm not exactly sure why Marbs went for such an ego challenge. He was going for a straight-up head-on-head peek against the sniper, when Marbs did not even have a sniper in his own hands. That one-shot potential is something that's, of course, going to keep the sniper on the upper edge, and that's something Marbs should realize.
I wouldn't call it an ego challenge. It was a desperate move, but yeah, they should have moved in together, should have anticipated someone to be watching that particular position container. Only two exits possible, one towards mid and the other one towards that A side, but Marbs completely off guard. Gets the info, but loses his life, if you think about it. And leaves his team in a 2v2, but hey, this round, it was a much quicker round. Somehow Galaxia got on that side, got the bomb plant in, but Accelerate, they just move in even quicker, get the cleanup and the defuse. It's 5-1, and the side swap, I guess, coming in.
Too easy for Accelerate, that's what it seems like for now. Accelerate now, they switch on towards the attack, and it's just rising up the concerns even more for Galaxia 5. Look at it. It's such a quick push as well from the boys. Nothing's going to stop them at this point in time. Yes, the first kill from Rogue maybe can put on a little bit of that full stop, but still this leash is not enough, and what a flick that was. Lakshay, nicely done. Lakshay on this. Sniper's been such a massive playmaker. He's adding on a lot of that value. Even the second quick scope comes into play. Galaxia 5 once again starting to clench their feast inside of this round. It's not looking too good for the side of Accelerate. And the rotation, it's already coming through. Maybe they're looking to backstab the players. And this backstab, it might just be successful. Spots out both the players as he knows even where the second player is placed as well. But Disparity, he wins that duel up close and personal.
Oh man, second round on the board for Galaxia. On defense, can they make a comeback? Just a 3-round deficit to cover up, but Accelerate need 2 more to close things out over here. That last round, Accelerate just getting over eager, looking for those fights. Getting taken out this time though. Quick run towards that B side. Oh, and Rogue, brilliantly done. Warden does find the trade, but it's a little too late. Lakshay in the back lines has found an extra frag for his team, and Accelerate already down to 3 players.
Solid stuff. Accelerate. Scoping through, just waiting for the opponents to make some move. But they're already all the way towards the B side stacked up. And Accelerate at this point in time, they just need to find some sort of that entrance towards the site. But that entrance is looking pretty tough to be found. But here we go. As soon as I say so, the first opener is being found, and that's a great thing. Look at G-Shots as well. He just waiting for someone to make one bad mistake. And now G-Shots is making that pounce. Nicely done. That's the pick they were looking for. They instantly move back as well. That's a nice pullback from the boys. And Accelerate, as they know now that they've got the man advantage, the opponents don't stand a chance anymore. The pick towards B was perfect because now that's creating the confusion to Lakshay. He does not know if it's B side and taken or if it's the A side.
Oh man, that movement from Ghost over there, taking down the man down mid, that was very impressive. But Lakshay, with that Tundra 1v3, it's an impossible task right in front of him. I think it's just going to be another round on the board for Accelerate. Takes the higher ground, but they have spotted him out, so they know where he is. And look at the players of Accelerate. They do not want to wait on the site. They have locked him down. This is a prison now. And Lakshay is the prisoner. The guards are waiting for him on the other side. Spotted out, dropping once again. And G-Shots, he has gotten the man extremely low. Should be the final frag on the board. There it is, 6-2-2. Accelerate just a step away from victory.
Johnny, we are seeing some improvement from Galaxia. Last time it was 1 round, this time it's 2.
Yeah, they got a few extra points on Hardpoint as well, by the way. 5 extra points.
Ooh, improvements definitely there. You gotta give it to the players of Galaxia 5. Slow and steady steps. But it's not looking so slow and steady from the side of Accelerate. Hold on. They're just bum rushing through on the site, and the opponents are not able to find any sort of replies. Yes, a sniper in the back lines to try and hold off the angle. The first shot is whiffed, and Lakshay, now the man is just getting ego challenged by the players of Accelerate. And it's going to be a complete smooth sail from the side of Accelerate as a quick 2-0 comes into play against Galaxia 5. A little bit of that improvement, but it's not enough considering the pace that Galaxia 5 is improving on. It's way too less.
They were done with it, man. Towards that last round, Accelerate was done with everything. They're like, time to head back home, lads. This is the last round. We close the series. We do not have any matches for the day, and I need to get some rest. So, just closing it out, and towards the end, Lakshay could not really do much, as you mentioned. Getting ego challenged by not just one player, but by everyone. There are 4 people standing in front of him. Because of the scope of the sniper, his FOV is reduced to just a few pixels, and he has to be very precise with all of his shots. He zooms in, he ADSs in, and he just instantly gets taken out. But again, as we mentioned, Accelerate still looking very solid, and I want to see how far can this team take it. And again, one of the main contenders now, or the main match that we have to see Accelerate perform in, will be a match against Godlike. How close will that one be?
Well, I mean, we pretty much know how close is that going to be, Johnny. It's not even a question, right? We're speaking of Godlike here, but you know what? I mean, for Accelerate, considering they ran through the opponents in such a one-sided way, yes, for Accelerate, it's something we expected as well. We expected them to completely come through on top with a one-sided affair, and that's what exactly happened. Now the upcoming matchup is going to be an interesting one because it's Felines, a complete new team, not exactly a new team, but an invited team inside a challenge season. We're seeing them for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see how they turn out, to be honest, and especially their match, again, being against a team like Anthem. First and foremost, that is going to be an intense one. Anthem, not really an easy team to go up against, even though Accelerate made them look like an easy team to beat. But I think Anthem, again, they're going to be looking for revenge, looking to establish themselves and was one of the top contenders inside of the tournament. So it's going to be an intense one for sure. But right now, the highlights of this matchup, again, completely one-sided series. You talk about Hardpoint, one-sided. You talk about Search and Destroy, also one-sided. And Accelerate, good job. Just 2-0 in both their series today. That is very impressive.
Yeah, just making it look completely one-sided. Maybe not so one-sided in that Search and Destroy against Team Anthem, but still, man, Hardpoints is something these guys are way too strong at, and even Firing Range is a map that these guys are way too strong at. So maybe if they would have picked Firing Range against Team Anthem, that wouldn't have been the case in the first place, because Anthem is someone that you can call the tacticians in the game. But if you try and play the map of Firing Range, that's where all the tactics are pretty much going to fail, because there's nothing new you can pull out. That map has been there for ages, for such a long time in the competitive pool, that every single tactic at this point in time is pretty much known. But for Tunisia, there's a lot of those lanes that you can catch the players off guard in, and that's where maybe the players of Anthem got a little bit of that advantage, considering there's so many corners that you can hide. But moving the conversation on towards the upcoming matchup, Anthem versus Felines. Now for Anthem, they were looking pretty good and pretty sharp in Search and Destroy. For Felines, that's something they need to look at and maybe go back to their drawing boards and reroute their ways.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how things are going to turn out. Feline at least should have a slight idea of how Anthem likes to play, as you mentioned. And again, that can be a big detrimental factor to Anthem's matchup coming up next. But again, Anthem, they have to do whatever it takes, man. Already have taken a loss earlier on in the day, getting a beating at the hands of Accelerate. They can't afford another loss on the same day.
Yeah, Johnny. I mean, for Anthem, if they lose out on the second matchup as well, it's going to be a big dent. It's going to be a big crack for Anthem's ego. And you try and speak of the future circumstances, Anthem, it's going to be tough for them to recover, especially coming on with a clean mindset, knowing the fact that you've already lost 2 matchups back-to-back like that. It is way too tough as an esport athlete. But you know what? With that being said, let's move on to the next matchup, but after this short break. So we'll see you guys on the other side.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Always hit me uninvited. Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just when I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting back. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, space. Stay in your place. I was stuck in the place. Then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. Take back your yeah, yeah.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after that short break, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, now it's a matchup between Felines and Anthem. Anthem, they've already lost one of their series, while Felines, we're going to see them perform for the first time. They came in through as an invited team to the challenge season. So one thing is for sure, the expectations are going to be quite high. I'm going to be a host to caster for the day. John alongside with me on the panel, it's iSuper Johnny. And Johnny, so far, we have seen quite the one-sided affair. Accelerate just accelerating through the first two matchups. But now this one, it might just be super close.
Yeah, it can be extremely close, especially as you mentioned. I mean, Feline, the invited team, because of that, there are a lot of expectations from their side. And Anthem, of course, looking to, or at least hoping to redeem themselves in this matchup after that initial loss against Accelerate. We did not really expect the things between the two teams to turn out this way, but unfortunately for Anthem, they did get 2-0'd by Accelerate just a few moments ago. And now, hopefully, at least they can try to bring themselves back. But before that, let's have a look at the squad roster for Team Felines. It's Dope in Peace, Antivirus, Fallen, Warlord, and Ouija. You might remember this team. It was playing under the banner of Team Dope in the previous stages.
Yeah, so Team Dope has pretty much came through with a complete new name as their team, and Team Dope in Peace. You've also got Antivirus, Fallen. We've seen all these boys perform in the past as well, including Luigi, because even Luigi was the man who was in the top-notch form. But as Team Dope, or maybe Team Felines, when they face off against Team Anthem, now, this is going to be an interesting matchup, too. As I mentioned, there's a big chance it might just be super close, or there's a big chance it might just be Anthem just storming through the opponents. Let's move on to the map veto and see how that one's going to look like. Hardpoint's going to be the important one.
Yeah.
It's all about the momentum, Johnny.
Yeah, it is definitely about the momentum. Let's see the map veto. And again, now that you look at the roster and start thinking about this matchup, let's not forget Team Dope. They were in the lower bracket and they got 2-0'd by Galaxia, 5-man.
Yeah.
In the match in the lower bracket finals.
The way you said it, Johnny, it did not sound good, man.
Dude, we just saw what happened to Galaxia 5 just a few moments ago. And at least Anthem put up a decent fight against the players of Accelerate. So now it's just, I think we are just moving down in these matches, deciding how good Accelerate actually is, because they beat Anthem. Anthem, I think they have to beat the side of the Team Felines right now, and of course the side of Galaxia 5. They have beaten Team Felines one before, so let's see how things are going to turn out between this one. Hardpoint, it's going to be on standoff Tenacia for Search and Destroy. Very close. Anthem looked very strong on that, and then we have Raid for Control. So the veto seems actually quite interesting. Standoff is going to be fun.
Honestly speaking, looking at the map veto, I genuinely think so. Anthem, they might just 2-0 this.
Yeah,
Tenacia was pretty strong for Anthem. Standoff as well, it's Anthem's pick, so I don't think so. Ruling out the players of Team Anthem, especially on standoff, it's going to be that easy for the side of Team Felines. It's supposed to be a super tough matchup for them. And yes, considering it is Team Dope, once again back in action as a complete new banner. So I don't really know what to expect, because Team Dope, when we saw them perform the last time in lower bracket, they were not that great. Let's be honest. They were doing pretty bad for themselves. So now they're pretty much over here with a redemption arc, or maybe you can't say the revenge story. But SNS facing off against Team Anthem, now that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, it definitely will be an extremely tough pill to swallow, and it's not going to be very easy. But let's see how things are going to turn out, right? They are in the they are in this matchup going up against a team that made their way towards the challenge season from the upper bracket. And right now, as we talk about Team Feline, again, second opportunity, second chances are very rare. They've gotten one. They need to make sure that they capitalize right now. And for the side of Team Anthem, they need a W, man. They're going to be desperate for this win. Again, as we talked about this before we went on to that break, can't afford 2 losses on day one itself.
And generally speaking, looking at the track record too, Anthem's track record has been much better, right, compared to the players of Team Feline, or maybe you can't say Team Dope, because look at the Open Finals itself. Anthem, they moved on from the upper brackets, while Team Dope, they were eliminated, and now they're back over here in the challenge season as an invited team, as Team Felines is a complete new banner. So, yes, you can't say, speaking about the past, Anthem is supposed to be better on record, and that's pretty much been the case, right? Whichever team is supposed to be better on paper, they're pretty much coming through like a bright diamond once again in the matches too. But as we move on towards standoff, this is going to be an interesting one to see. Anthem versus Team Felines. Who's going to be the one to get the first hardpoint in control? Because that's going to be the main decider.
Oh, and the players of Team Dope, they are looking to move in, but look at Anthem. They get themselves on the frag board, on the kill feed, a little bit quicker and take control of that first hard point, of course. But again, the interesting thing about standoff, a lot of open spaces, a lot of potential to make big plays with the help of utility as well. Crossfire setup not really available until you run onto that room up on the first floor. Apart from that, you're going to have to try and play this out on individual skill. Dope going big, finds a few extra frags for his team, but still Team Feline, alright, so it's going to be Felines off to the races. 14 points secured, and Anthem, it seems like Necro. Our expectations, they are turned around. Felines are in the driving seat of this game, at least at the start.
They indeed are, Johnny. They're completely on the driving side of things. And Felines, they're getting a decent amount of lead, at least on the points board, but as we say so, even Anthem now, they've got a clear-cut advantage on the hard point itself. They've got the points flow back in their hands. They're looking forward to get their trade and get the equalizer on the scoreboard. They've already gone so as well, but look at the kill feed. It's once again Felines making it back and forth. In the kill feed, it's Felines all across the board. It's 18-17. The scoreline is still way too close. Now P2 is going to pop up as well. Who's going to get the early control? Who's going to be super proactive? And Shinoki's the man who's super proactive. He's already gotten a 3K on the board over here, and no one's looking to penetrate through Shinoki.
Oh, but look at this. As soon as Wiz goes onto that ground floor, Anthem, they're trying to build up some pressure, but Dope in peace. He's trying his level best, and somehow Team Felines, they do manage to hold on to this hard point, not really letting the players of Anthem move in, but Anthem, they are desperate for that retake. Fallen one on the outer side. The aggression from the side of Anthem just used against them. They try to move in the shotgun, the R9. It goes big. And Dope, he finds those frags for his team. Illusion with the play. The aggressive play sticking outside of that hard point. Going big for his team. But still, the game, right now, it's extremely close between these two sides.
Yeah, Johnny, the standoff is really starting to favor the players of Team Felines. It's not looking too nice for Anthem. It was supposed to be an Anthem pick, but once again, it's the opponents dominating through, and that's pretty much been the main way, right? Whichever team goes for the pick, that team does not dominate on their own pick. Instead, they end up dominating on the opponent's pick. And right now, Felines, they're definitely feeling quite nice with the way they got the map control back in the hands from Team Anthem. At the start, it was Shinoki who got the hard point completely on the lockdown, but as the P3 is also going to pop up, now this P3 is going to be super important as well. It's going to be off the essence. Team Felines, they're once again getting the points control back in their hands. And if you try and speak about the team stack, it's been much better from Team Felines. They know how to get each other's back lines. They know how to cover each other up. It's looking pretty better. And even the War Machines, the Sparrow, are being invested equally from both the sides.
Well, but let's see how things are going to turn out. 72-30, Anthem finally regaining some control, but it's going to be instantly denied. The shotgun in the hands of Dope. Again, going big. Nade, in fact, the Sparrow right at his feet, and he gets picked off. This could be the opportunity Anthem needed to make a comeback. A soft little initiation start from them. 15 seconds remaining. I think the best they can do is get themselves close to about 55 points on this hard point, and then they're gonna have to rotate to the next one. But look at the radar. The players of Team Feline already there, and they're waiting for the hard point to be activated now.
It is still pretty back and forth, and Felines, they're once again being pretty proactive towards another point that's going to pop up, and Luigi's already able to find a two-piece with that Odin. Sundance, another man gets taken down. Even Anthem is not able to find a lot of those replies, especially on the hard points off the rip. They're losing those duels because the players of Felines, they're just holding much better angles. The off angles are something that's catching the players of Anthem off guard, but here we go. Anthem, they once again snatch away the control from the opponents. Felines, they're now starting to struggle to find the momentum back inside of the game. 80 points racked up while Anthem is stuck on 66. The Purifier as well, he was able to find so much value, but here we go. Team Felines, they once again get things back into control, but Anthem, they're constantly swarming through the hard point.
Yeah, one by one, the players of Anthem constantly peppering and pressuring the players of Team Feline. The difference has gotten very close. Just 2 points separating two sides, and Anthem finally, they get themselves the equalizer and the lead for the first time in this game as well. Team Feline, they were leading the charge for this match, in the driving seat for a long time, but is this the reset that Anthem wanted? But look at the aggression coming in from the players of Anthem. They are getting over eager, looking for those kills.
They indeed are, but it's actually a good thing as long as they keep on finding the positive traits. But as soon as I say so, Felines, they once again find the advantage when it comes to the killing side of things. Anthem, they're slowly and steadily starting to lose out on the duels. Even Dope and pieces now starting to pop off. Even Wiz, Sundance, these guys are once again trying to get the positive traits on the board. And for Team Anthem, as long as Wiz is able to feel himself, that's going to keep the team back in the race. And Dope in Peace with the shotgun has been the main menace. He's been the main chaos maker for Team Felines. 103 to 89. Team Felines now, they're once again starting to stack up the points on the board as they've got the point flow control back in their hands.
Yeah, the players from Anthem need a score streak or something to come online in order to regain control of this hard point. That slide does get him a frag, but again, it's going to be the side of Team Felines in the driving seat. They have control of the hard point for themselves, and look at Sanoki tries to move in without securing, or secures at least one frag. Instantly gets taken down. Illusion with a brilliant 3K as the War Machine goes big. But again, the hardpoint switch up in the next seconds. Anthem still have a small little lead to work with, but I think that is going to be going away as soon as this hardpoint ends and we move on to the next one.
Yeah, the War Machine from Illusion was able to find so much value. Eventually, he gets taken down, but even Wiz from the side of Anthem is not going to let it go. Just like that, Felines with a little bit of that advantage they've found, but the next point's now going to pop up, and Anthem, once again, they swing back to life. Even Legacy pulls out the War Machine. He's now going to try to hold off all the choke points, but that Predator missile from Wiz was insane as it finds a nice 3K. It's going to keep the players of Anthem once again on the top of the race. As the players of Felines, they're once again looking to find that momentum towards the point. They just need to find the positive traits, and that's something Felines are now lacking.
Well, let's see, Felines, they're lacking a lot of pressure. Dope in Peace spotted out, shotgun goes big, Sanoki shut down, Sundance also fall, but Legacy finds a trade. Oh no, Starboy caught off guard by two players, and now Wiz, he's stuck inside this hardpoint all alone. A 1 versus 4 for him to deal with, and somehow some pressure is going to be regained by the players of Team Felines, but only for a few seconds. Anthem, they take it back. The control of the hardpoint is going to be snatched away, and Team Feline, their progression, at least for the next few seconds, is going to be shut down. And for the next hardpoint, the players from the side of Anthem, they get there first.
Tony, hardpoints are popping up back to back, and for Felines, for some reason, they're not able to completely shut down the players of Anthem on the point itself. But look at Anthem, they're being so proactive. Shinoki with that equalizer as well. He's able to find Dope in Peace, another man right next to him. But even for Team Anthem, something needs to be done desperately. Felines, if they keep on getting the positive traits in their hands, they're constantly going to run away with the points flow as well. Before now, Felines, they're being stopped in tracks on 118. As Anthem, they're now getting the pace back in their hands, and that's a great thing. Even Starboy is able to pop off the entirety of Anthem. They're starting to feel things. And you can see even Dope in Peace right next to Luigi as well. They're trying to get something done. At this point in time, everyone's going to start to sweat, because for Team Anthem, they've already faced some big reality checks in the previous 2 games. And Anthem now do not want to be on the losing side of the spectrum.
Well, let's see though. 118 to 170. Dope in Peace, another big player. I think for a long time, it's just been that one wall between the players of Anthem and those hard points. Him, Illusion, they've been doing really well for themselves. Ouija going big as well. And again, this could be the opportunity. The hard point reset coming in 5 seconds. 173, a big advantage to work with. Oh no! Felines in the controlling position for this next hard point. Is this the reset that they wanted? War Machine online for Illusion. And he gets shut down. Big
Yeah,
blunder.
the only reason Anthem was scared to try and breeze through towards that hard point was because of that War Machine. But as soon as the War Machine gets struck down, it's the players of Anthem once again looking forward to find the momentum back in their hands. But the points control is looking way too tough. That's the players of Felines. They've gotten the point constantly on the lockdown, and there's no way Anthem can try and find a breaching point because all the choke points are being completely contested. And here we go. The first punch comes into play. Legacy, you gotta kidding me.
Well, what is going on? The players of Anthem, they aren't even able to pull the trigger. All of them, just one by one, show up in front of the door and get killed off by the players of Team Feline. Look at this. This is going to be a 2K coming in for anyone from the side of Team Feline. They do get themselves very close to the equalizer, but Anthem denies them the opportunity. 164 to 174. And the players of Anthem, they need to focus on the next hard point. They're still struggling for this one. It's going to be a big duel. We have Wiz trying to take on at least the control. He needs the control of that first hard point. He needs to find the skill, and he does. Fallen is going to fall, but no, it is going to be Felines who get there first in Anthem. I think this might have been a big mistake. Necro, they might just lose this game off of this one.
Yeah, this is definitely starting to look like a big mistake. Look at the 100-killer drones as well, as they're able to find so much value. Even the Sparrows being pulled out from Dope and Peace, and this Sparrow is also able to find so much value. Another man hits the deck. Even Legacy's going to fall down. Wiz as well is trying his best to get something done for Team Anthem. It's a little bit too late. Felines, they found themselves the advantage they were looking for. Luigi's able to find the 2-piece as well. Even Danger's able to rack up those 2 kills with that Predator missile. At this point in time, Johnny, Felines, they've invested everything they had on board, and that's not a great thing for them, but still they've got a little bit more to invest.
Yeah, another score spree comes online. 2 operator skills still available as well. And on the other side of Anthem, they have 3, but when are they going to choose to utilize them? Feline, they do manage to cross the 200-point marker before Anthem. And now it is all down to this hard point. Anthem, they get there first. A few extra seconds for control, but Dope and Peace, the shotgun, he's looking for the second and he finds it as well. This is again a big blunder. Anthem, they have no answer for the players of Team Feline, and Feline is dominating in this game so far. And Anthem struggling to secure 200 points in this match.
Yeah, Johnny, Anthem, they're now starting to choke for Felines. It's exactly what they were looking for. Felines is now starting to win those duels on the hard point, but as soon as I say so, Anthem, they've snatched it away. Hold on, 196, 207. The points is still not that far away from Felines. They can easily be capitalized, but for Felines, something needs to be done desperately. Right here, right now. Time cannot be wasted. Anthem, they've been choking so many of their firefights, and now that's going to help the players of Felines to be back on the race, and that's what exactly happens. Even the War Machine invested from Illusion's going to find so much value, and here we go. Even a headhunter is being pulled out.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. The players of Anthem take this run in and die instantly. Now Ouija with that Annihilator is going to look to go big, and he needs to be shut down. Sundance tries his level best and succeeds as well. And Anthem, they're going to be hoping for an equalizer, but Illusion, look at him closing on that first floor. The ADS comes in. A bad decision, and he's going to be shut down. Sundance picked off 210 to 217. Team Felines once again in control of this game. And now on the other hard point we go, where Wiz is already there, but he needs to hold on for his dear life. He needs to get his team the equalizer. There's a lot of utility that's going to be lobbed in his face very soon, by the way.
This is getting way too close. Everyone knows how much of the stuff is on the line. Everyone's invested everything they had on the board. And at this point in time for Team Felines, they just need to start winning the duels completely based off their gun skills. But that's where Anthem is getting things back in the court. They've got this entire hard point on the lockdown, and the players of Felines, they're not able to find any sort of reply. They do want to climb on forward with those windows, but they're on the complete lockdown. It's going to be Wiz who's able to find those multi-kills after multi-kills, constantly shutting down the players of Felines, and you just can't do anything. Even Shinoki from the outskirts is able to shut down a few more players of Felines. This hard point is going to be stacked up by the players of Team Anthem. 246, 247. They're almost on the verge of closing things off, but it's stuck on 248, Johnny. Maybe a few more points, and that's it for Team Anthem. They have won the first hard point, and now the momentum is going to be with the players of Team Anthem. There's a big chance, Johnny, we might just see a 2-0 coming through.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a quick 2-0. It is very intense. I mean, Anthem, they're going to be so relieved that they were able to close out this match in the way that they did. For a second, I thought Team Felines might actually walk away with a win. That was an impressive performance coming in from Feline, to be honest. But that last hard point, Anthem saved everything for that last hard point. That Predator missile play coming in towards the end. I think he just wanted to shut Wee down, but did not succeed, unfortunately. Still, his teammate stepped in, got those frags for his team, and bought Anthem enough time to secure the win, secure that 250 on hard point.
It was still pretty much back and forth, right? Off the rip, it was the players of Felines who got the points control. They were able to get that lead, but then later on, once again, Anthem came through. They got that points control back in their hands. Even they were able to run away with the lead. All those hard points that we saw popping up, they had so many choke points. And somewhere down line, Felines was doing much better job later on holding those choke points and not letting the players of Anthem breach in, especially that one single hard point where there was that War Machine constantly just popping off in that doorway, and the players of Anthem were not able to find any sort of semblance of hope to try and get in towards that hard point.
Well, let's see. What has happened, but again, good try coming in from the side of Feline. And again, during the mid-game stage, especially at this hard point, I think Feline might have, they had a very big advantage in terms of the momentum. The players of Anthem were struggling to find those kills, and I thought Feline would be able to close out this game. At least we would see them win at least one more today. But Anthem, they had other plans. Very patient and very strategic. As you mentioned before the series even began, Anthem a little bit more stronger than everyone else when it comes to those tactics, and they knew exactly how much time they needed to close out this match. They just waited for the other hard point and were able to close out this match over there.
Yeah, Dope and Peace too, man, and nothing taken away from the man himself. He was able to pop off so big. especially with that shotgun dope
Oh,
and
yeah.
piece. If the man's got an angle on the lockdown, it's going to be tough to breach through, especially when Dope and Peace is holding that. But in Search and Destroy, you cannot pretty much pull out the same plays, right? Dope and Peace, if he's going to be on the attacking side of things off the rip, then he needs to be pretty quick on his feet and move on to the faces of the opponents. That's the only way you can make the most out of the shotgun. But let's move on towards the stats of the previous game. Illusion with 45 kills on the board from Team Felines, and from Anthem, it was Wiz with 40. Of course, Wiz is the man who is feeling at the top of his form right now.
Yeah, man, he has done exceptionally well, but look at how close this game was. 3 players from the side of Team Feline also crossing that 40 kill marker. 2 players fallen in danger, just stuck in the 20s, and everyone on the side of Anthem was able to secure a minimum of 30 kills inside of this game. Very impressive. Everyone from Anthem on point, but we expected that as well. But now with Hardpoint done and dusted, Necro, we move on to Search and Destroy. What are your expectations on SND? Yeah.
Once again, it's Tenacia, Johnny, and we pretty much know in Tenacia, Accelerate, they got a real deal when they faced off against Anthem. So generally speaking, if Accelerate struggled so much, then compared to Accelerate, Team Felines is nothing, right? So I generally think so, that Team Felines, they might just have a really big deal in front of them. Now, if luckily enough, if Team Felines is also starting to feel really great on the map at Tenacia, then maybe things can be better. It's all about the timing on Tenacia, man. It's all about the angles that you hold, and sometimes if you're able to find a perfect flank, it can be the table turner instantly.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's all about the timings. The map, again, very defensive map in terms of its designs. We talked about the choke points as well, and Anthem, they've had a little bit of warm-up on this map already. And, of course, tactics. You need to be tactically sound to secure those round wins on Tenacia, and it seems like Anthem, they are prepared for this. It's going to be a tough battle for the side of Team Feline, but let's see how this one turns out.
Tenacia, we've seen this map already played in the past. Anthem, they were doing pretty nice. Especially a few players from the side of Anthem, right? Sundance and Legacy, these 2 guys can be the major table turner. If they once again find the activation point, things can instantly be turned in the favor of Team Anthem. If they're not able to find that good play, well then it's going to be quite unfortunate. And it's going to be Felines on the defense and Anthem on the attack on Tenacia to find out, is it going to be duo, or we're going to move on to the 3rd map of the series.
Well, let's see. Oh, danger. Looking to be the danger, but gets shut down by the crossfire coming in from Sundance and Legacy. And Anthem, as per our expectations, again in the driving seat, but the trade comes in as Legacy goes down. It's down to a 3v3, although they do have control of that site. Oh, the backstab coming in from Ouija. It can be quite a big play from him and help the players from the side of Team Feline secure the win in this initial round.
Oh, Johnny, Sundance once again popping off as expected from Anthem. The tacticians, they're proving out much better. Man advantage in the hands. Luigi now needs to be the solo playmaker. He needs to come on top with a magical play. That's the only way he can keep his team in the race, and that's the only way Team Felines can get the first round on the board. But look at the crossfire they've got set up as well. As soon as Luigi moves on towards the site in the center, he's going to be pummeled down from both the sides. And there's not a lot Luigi can't do, and that's exactly what happens. He was waiting for Luigi to walk up on the site. As soon as he did so, he gets pummeled.
Well, let's see. Again, Anthem, we are expecting them to be the stronger of the game. With how Feline were in their previous game, I'm expecting them to actually put up a much tougher fight against Anthem on this mode as well. But Dope in Peace, oh, catches Sun God off guard, or so he thought. Sundance is going to be the one finding that frag. The trade comes in from Fallen, but it's going to be a back and forth between the 2 sides. Fallen is going to fall as well. Again, another trade, 2 versus 2. Still the numbers quite even between the 2 teams.
Yeah, still pretty back and forth. Really tough to say what's going to be the outcome. But here we go. Here comes Wiz, and now it brings his team back in the race. It puts his team with the advantage as well. Both the players spotted. Position is given away. The first kill was not been able to find such a big whip from Illusion. And that's going to give his position away as well. What can Illusion do to try and keep himself in the race? Well, maybe nothing, because Illusion messed up big. He whiffed all the shots, Johnny.
Yeah, and with the Type 19, again, the rate of fire is amazing. You have to be as precise with your spray as possible. And again, he just whiffed those last couple of shots. Could have actually brought down to the numbers 2v1. But remember, Necro, when we were talking about this map, we did have a discussion. It's very defensive, right? Anthem is on attack right now, and they are leading the charge 2-0. If they can secure this round as well, it's going to be a big advantage for them in the first half itself. And look at this, the cleanup comes
Oh
in
my
as
God,
Shinoki
Shinoki.
moves in. That A side is all theirs. Although it's 3v3 between the two sides again.
Yeah, the man's already busted open the site. You can't do a lot if you're Team Felines. 2 rounds back-to-back from Team Anthem. Luigi was able to find that spotter. Shot was taken on towards the legs, but no confirmation, and that's a problem. It's now taken down to a 3v3 and still breaking down the crossfires of Team Anthem. It's going to be really challenging. Luigi was able to find that crucial frag, and that's going to give the man advantage in the hands of Team Felines. But look at what's happening on the screen. Anthem, yes, they did try their best, but unfortunately, their best wasn't enough in that round. As Felines, they come through.
Yeah, they get themselves on the board finally, 2-1. And Feline, brilliantly done as well, waited for an opportunity to strike as soon as Legacy was spotted out. They knew where the sniper was going to be. Just ducked underneath his crosshair, moved in, picked him off. The trade came in for Anthem, but that lost man in a 1v2. I don't know why he thought that he was stuck in a crossfire, just moved in out into the open like that. Oh, what was that dope?
Yeah.
He just goes big, finds 2 big frags down mid. Sundance with a trade, but it's not going to be enough now. It's going to be Feline with the man advantage.
That's exactly what you need to do if you've got the shotgun to play with, right? Be proactive, catch the opponents off guard. You need to be on the aggressive side of things. Dope was playing with a shotgun, but so far he was playing pretty laid back, and that's why nothing was being found. And once again, it's taken down to a 2-on-2, Johnny. Equalizers there on the board. Sundance and Legacy, these two guys, they go all the way back to the I2K days. It's a duo that's supposed to be the deadly one, but as I say so, the separation, it leads to demise. Luigi was able to find the first, but the second one, it will be tough to find. Legacy is still in the back. He's waiting for Luigi to overstep, but maybe that's not going to come through just yet. And Legacy is still moving towards that same site, by the way. He does not have any intentions to rotate away to the second one. And there's the man right next to him. Luigi, the first duel comes into play, and he actually wins that as well. Unfortunately for the opponents, now they mess up big. And still you've got a lot of that time on the board, Johnny.
Well, they have time on the board, but it's not going to be an easy one for sure. And again, Anthem can't really afford to slip up on this map anymore. At least 3 to 4 rounds on that attacking side, I think, does get them in a comfortable position. They were able to beat down Accelerate a few moments ago on the defense on the same map, so a lot of expectations over there.
Luigi, the man showcasing too many patience. And already the rotations came through to the A side. Luigi, the man might just be caught through soon. Oh, the plan needs to come through as soon as possible, Johnny. Legacy's got no clue. Luigi's pulling off this rotation. The plant's now going to come through. He's going to stick it. And Luigi, he's already hurt the plant. He knows exactly where Legacy's is. Whoa! He spots the man crossing through, but the first shot is now missed. And Legacy now knows exactly where Luigi is as well. Legacy has moved up all the way at the top. Does he have any sort of utils to play with? Yes, he does. But can Legacy toss that util to perfection? That's also a big question. Legacy facing off against Luigi. These two guys are quite the OGs. This one-on-one is now getting too intense. Even the time's ticking away, and Legacy knows exactly what he needs to do. He just needs to close on up, because he's got the AR in the hands, and the sniper can't do a lot up close.
Oh boy, 3-1 Anthem doing very well for themselves. That was a close round for sure, but Legacy has been on point throughout the entire day. Good man to shut down this time again. Anthem to move towards that A side. Oh, big play, danger out of the way. Legacy moves in. Charge with the sniper. Dope and P4.2. There's the third for him as well, but he gets traded out. A big play actually coming in. Sundance shut down. It's down to the last man from the side of Anthem.
Oh my God, what?
Oh, he finds the frag. How? Wiz! What was that?
The nade, Johnny.
Insane.
The nade was insane. Both the players were right there in the front, and a nade sails in, deals damage on both the players, and it instantly flipped the odds back in the favor of Team Anthem. What the hell just happened? I mean, Dope in peace, he was able to get so much impact, but all of that impact, well, down the drain.
Let's see. Slow approach this time coming in. Oh no. Every single time you see that man and you whiff a shot against him, I think you already accept your fate. Danger though. To go for a re-peek over there. I don't think Anthem will be satisfied with the fact that they do now know where the sniper is.
Felines on the defense. There we go. Dope in Peace, the main playmaker now is not in the game anymore. And all thanks to Legacy. His sniper's been able to find too much of that value. And it's off the essence too at this point in time. But Fallen and Illusion, this combo is way too deadly. But look at the wraparound from Team Anthem as well. Sundance and his teammate, they wrap up all the way from the back, but here we go. Shinoki as well. He's not too far back. He replies back in great style, but Shinoki himself is taken down way too low. It's quite a quick round, but still enough valiant efforts being put from the side of Felines. That's why they come out on top.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 4-2.
Side switched.
Yeah, and this should be the comfortable position for Anthem to be in.
It's a pretty easy tactic for Felines, tossing the smokes, moving towards the site. We can get the easy control, and then let's just play for the post plant. And now Anthem, they need to play for the retake. One single kill can be the main icebreaker for this entire retake. But you can see the players of Anthem, they're already starting to wrap up from the back, and this wrap is going to be insane. As long as the players do not get spotted, that's going to be the crucial one. But what a peek that was from Wiz. He peeks on towards the crosshair, still he wants that duel, as Wiz is now starting to surprise all of us. And Anthem, you blink it and you miss it top of a moment. Dope in Pieces there in the back, but he can't really do a lot with that Fnac, as he gets put to sleep as well. And that's it. Team Anthem, they get 5 rounds on the board.
Oh boy, 5-2. What we expected, I mean, Anthem living up to all of those expectations. Again, defensive side from their end has always been the stronger one. This time around as well, it's no different. Doing very well for themselves.
I said it, Johnny. The only time Felines can give a tough shot, a tough fight, is going to be on Hardpoint. And here we go. Sundance once again just dancing through. And it's the dance of death with that LMG. He was able to find a nice 3K on the board, but the equalizer as well is not going to be that bad from Felines as they reply back in a great style. Illusion's now trapped behind this box on the site. Even Luigi's there to try and give the cover. Legacy's position's noticed, and Legacy with that sniper, he needs to be precise as ever before. The bombs can be planted. And Legacy now, is he really looking for to pull off a wraparound? He does have enough time as well, he can do so. But Legacy, instead, is peeking out from that same corner.
Well, let's see, it's 2 versus 1 Legacy. With the Type 19, we have seen him be phenomenal. Both the players in the corner. If the nade connects, that should be enough damage for him to actually go for a cleanup, and it does. He's looking for both those players, but Ouija with a pistol as well. The shutdown comes through, and it's 5-3. Brilliantly done. Team Feline get themselves another round.
Felines on the attack. It's going to be tough to get the rounds, but still somehow Felines is doing not too bad. 3-5 still keeping themselves in the race to search and destroy. Felines' lifeline means a lot. And for Anthem as well, they cannot lose the second BO3. If they do, it's going to be 2 BO3 lost back-to-back in this entire day. It will be a tough pill to swallow, but Luigi is already able to crack open the defense as the first man falls down. And now for Team Anthem, it's not looking too fluid. Here we go. The trades does come into the fray, but it's really not going to matter, especially when you've already got the man advantage. And Felines, they're still looking pretty comfy. And this off angle from Dope and Feast is also going to find them the advantage.
5-3. Feline, big advantage in this round. Another one could have been gained, but the shutdown comes in. Dope in Peace is going to be picked off. Illusion, he's hid his information all this time. And spotted out one of the players from the side of Anthem. They are looking to go for a shutdown, but Feline on that attack. The crossfire setup looks good. And the players of Anthem, look at that. They get baited into chasing after Illusion as well. Looking to move in back again on the side. Two players right up front. That's going to be a point-blank range trade. They're going to look to find the second, and they almost find it, but no, Starboy, a big whiff. Starboy finds the frag, but Illusion, the man who ran all the way back towards mid, came back once again at the last moment, finds that last kill for his team, and gets them the 4th round of the game. Anthem, it's quite opposite of how they were playing against Accelerate, man.
And indeed, it is pretty opposite, right? Anthem choking on defense.
Yeah.
We never saw this coming. And Felines looking pretty confident on the attack. It's because the takes have been super quick. But look at Shinoki this time around with the sniper. He's able to find a nice trade as well as he brings his team back in the race. And still there's a few more players on the site. Even Legacy is able to find Illusion, but still Illusion himself was able to find so many positive impacts. But eventually, it's going to be Legacy with a 2-piece to shut things down. And 6 rounds on the board for Anthem. 1 more is needed to make this series one-sided and a 2-0.
Well. 6-4. And Anthem, they need to be quick about this as well, because from what in fact, how the last few rounds have turned out, it turns out if you give Team Feline a little bit of breathing room to work with, they are going to use that to choke the players of Anthem. Doing a brilliant job on the counter-regression, but Danger is looking to move in now with that Tundra. Ouija finding that first frag could be big one as well as Wiz gets shut down.
Sniper.
Trophy system out of the way. Oh, through the wall!
Oh my god! Whew. That random shot, it finds the connection. And for Anthem, just 1 more round is needed. These type of mess-ups are really going to give the confidence in the hands of Anthem. Man advantage is something the boys want, but Illusion, hold on. Even he scoops up a kill onto Sundance. And Sundance now starting to crack under that pressure, but the man's still over here under heaven, and he messes up big as well. He whiffs all the shots. Felines, they now make it a 3-on-1. Legacy is going to be the last man standing. A 1-on-3. Is it really possible? Can we see this coming through? We'll make it a 1-on-2 now. Legacy's already found the first kill, and he's looking to rotate all the way back as he's got the diffuser, or maybe the planet, my bad. The planner will shut down. Legacy's now looking to pull off this rotation as well. And Legacy, he does not know that even the opponents, they're moving towards the B site. But now as soon as he takes a peek towards A, he will have some sort of an idea what exactly is happening.
Bomb gets planted, and now Legacy realizes the read was wrong. Oh, this position is just evil, man. That crossfire possible for the players of, for that one man from the side of Anthem to break, by the way. But Legacy is moving in from the other side. I think Ouija's position already compromised. Goes for the util. Ouija's going to be forced back. And Legacy damage dished out, but Ouija's still standing. Looking for the shutdown. Switches to the pistol. The kill is going to be confirmed. He still has 13 seconds to find that last frag against Fallen. And he rushes in for it. But Fallen, no! Legacy was looking in the wrong direction. Gets taken out, and Fallen gets his team another round on the board. This is turning out to be a close one between these two sides. Just a few little mistakes being made from Anthem. And Feline, they strike hard and well. Getting themselves close to the equalizer now.
Yeah, that's the crazy part though, right? Anthem started things off with an advantage. That sniper shot through the wall was able to find the first kill, but still, somehow, Anthem, they mess up big. The eliminations that Anthem are getting, it's really not counting that well. Danger. The man's got his hands on the sniper. He's going for the clear all the way towards the backside, but even the sniper in the hands of Shinoki, it needs to play a vital role. At least if Shinoki's able to find even one, that's going to keep the players of Anthem on a big margin. But it's Danger instead who's able to find the first one. And that's now going to bring the players of Felines the confidence they had lost. Felines still, they're at least getting the momentum in the hands considering they're not doing too bad inside of the race. And here we go, the first step out comes into play. Shinoki is whiffing a lot of shots, but as I say so, he connects a vital 1-2. Another connection comes into play, and Shinoki still with the sniper in his hands. He's completely blocked off the entrance towards the site. One single man, Ouija, looking to face off against 2 players of Team Anthem. And he's at the top, and look at the crossfire as well. Shinoki and his teammate, they've got the beautiful crossfire, and the man peeks out in Shinoki's crosshairs, and that's going to be Team Anthem with a complete 2-0 against Team Feline. Still, it was quite a close matchup.
Well, I mean, at this point, I think that was just the last shot It was quite unfortunate for the player from the side of Team Feline. He just got up, unprone, and just his head just popped into the crosshair right there. Very easy shot for Sunoki, but Anthem brilliantly run and a quick 2 on the board, just as we expected. But you have to give massive props to the side of Team Feline, man. They've improved so much since we last saw them in that lower bracket matchup, right?
Yeah, they indeed have improved a lot. I mean, so far, all the games that we've witnessed, it's been a complete 2-0, right?
Yeah.
Accelerate 2-0ing their opponents. Now Anthem taking down Felines as well in a 2-0 fashion. Still, we've got 2 more games to go, by the way, so today's day is going to be a long one. Let's move on towards the highlights of the previous game of Search and Destroy. And honestly speaking, Shinoki from Anthem, he is such a prodigy.
Yeah, man, he is a prodigy indeed. He has been very impressive throughout the day, and of course, backed up by the likes of Legacy, Sundance, Starboy, Wiz, all of them doing really well for themselves as well. Anthem is looking very solid right now. But hey, guess what? I mean, moving forward, as you mentioned, I mean, up until now, the matches have been a quick 2-0. That was Group A for you. Now we're going to move on to Group B, by the way, where I think it's going to be an interesting situation when we finally get to see NonStop going up against Time to Pound. Not a match that is happening today, but it will for sure happen in the future, at least once. But today it is going to be NS going up against 5 AM. And of course we have the second matchup, which is going to be Panda Express going up against Time to Pound. Panda Express making their way towards the challenge season from the upper bracket. 5 AM through the lower bracket. NS, they got to move through, and Time to Pound got to move through just because EXO got DQ'd. Do you remember that, Necro?
Yes, I do. I mean, EXO, that was a whole different story, right?
Yeah.
Because EXO, they ruled out the players of Time to Pound, but luckily enough for Time to Pound, they moved in from the upper brackets itself, so that's a really great thing. Even NonStop, they did not need a face-off against anyone to be here. So for NonStop as well, it's been quite a comfortable victory towards this challenge season. But as we move on towards the match stats, you of course got Luigi from Team Felines with 14 eliminations on the board, and then you've got Shinoki from the side of Anthem with 11.
Yeah, it was an impressive performance, and again, the players from the side of Anthem proving very, very synergized, all of them on the same place. Luigi from the side of Team Feline trying his level best, especially in this mode of Search and Destroy, but unfortunately, one man is never going to be enough against an entire team. Maybe on Hardpoint, maybe on Control, but not on SND. SND, you get taken out, that's it. You just have to sit back and wait and see what your teammates are up to.
Yeah, I mean, for SND, it's much more of a slower game mode, right? So you can say you can understand the opponents much better. Getting the reads on SND is much more easier, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that's why for Team Anthem, considering they're supposed to be the tacticians, they pretty much came out on top. And we had the same conversation as well, right? If Anthem was able to give a tough fight to accelerate, there's a big chance in Tenacia, Anthem is going to be the one to seal the deal, and that's exactly what happened. Felines, they had a great shot on the first map itself on Standoff, but they messed up big because Standoff, yes, they were getting the few leads as well on their hands, but then Anthem, once again, when the operator skills were invest, Anthem was able to get the trades and even the lead back in their hands. So that's where Dope and Peace and his boys messed up big.
Yeah, and it was a big mistake, man. But then again, can't really do anything about it. They still have a few more matches left, and maybe we can see Team Feline walk away with a few wins. Let's not forget, being inside of the top 6, that's all you want right now if you want to qualify for that finals, that LAN finals at DreamHack. And as long as the players from side of Team Feline keep that hope alive, keep that opportunity still there, who cares if they lost against Anthem today? But let's not forget, they're in the same group as Accelerate, so that's, I guess, another loss waiting to happen.
Yeah, but only 6 teams move on forward, Johnny, so we also need to consider that thing, right? Just 6 teams moving on forward, and inside of that DreamHack arena, it is, of course, going to be quite exhilarating to understand the pressure off the LAN as well. Yeah. Some of these players are facing off that LAN pressure for the first time. Well, some of these players have been there in the past time and time, so you can't say for some it's going to be a great side to be witnessed. For some, it might just be a pressure fiesta. But let's just keep the future for itself. For now, focusing on the upcoming matchup, NonStop. Johnny, speaking of NonStop, we have seen this team play in the past as well. NonStop, they have played once. And the time when we saw NonStop perform, they were NonStop dominating the competition that they were facing off against. If we see the same NonStop today as well, we might just see another 2-0. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before we move on to the upcoming matchup.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The two, so don't get it mistaken.
savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance, yeah. Know you got carried away, ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, space, just stay in your place. I was stuck in a place, then you got in the way. All the love that we made, got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after that short break to Snapdragon Pro Series. And yes, another matchup is going to be on the way. NonStop versus 5 a.m. And Johnny, we have seen both these teams, of course, perform in the open finals. But if NonStop showcase the gameplay that they showcased in the past, maybe there's a big chance they might just storm through this victory. But even 5 a.m., nothing taken away from them.
Yeah, nothing taken away from 5 a.m. I mean, they started off in the upper bracket, an unfortunate loss in the upper bracket matchup. Then they moved on to the lower bracket. But hey, they were able to win that qualification match and have made their way towards the challenge season. So it is going to be an intense one for sure. And of course, it is going to be an exciting thing to see how these two teams pair up against each other. Both of them struggling in the overall bracket. As you talk about it, NS, they did 2-0 Charisma in the opening match of lower bracket round 1, but round 2 match, that is where I think we would have seen NS put to a real test, where they were supposed to go up against Time to Pound, but unfortunately that match didn't happen. And for 5 a.m., I think, again, it was an interesting journey. A quick loss, a 2-1 loss to Panda Express, and then a 2-1 win against SLN. Let's see how they turn out against NS today.
We've got the NonStop roster on the screen, Cosmo and Crypt as well. You've got Smitty, Karma, and Lemon. All these guys, they have been performing with each other for a long time, so you can't say the synergy. It might just be there on the board, but NonStop, this team is also one of those banners that has went through a lot of those roster changes. The past NonStop that we saw in 2023, they were quite the formidable force, considering they made it all the way till the finals, but unfortunately they failed to win the tournament because you had some of the formidable forces like Godlike and Vitality as well facing off in that tournament. And speaking of this entire NonStop roster, as I mentioned, if they perform the same way that they did in the previous Open Finals, there's a big chance NonStop, they might just storm through this victory.
Yeah, I mean, the possibility is definitely going to be there, but NonStop, let's not forget their previous match in that low bracket round against Charisma. It was a tough fight Charisma were able to give them, especially on that mode of Hardpoint. Once you move on to Search and Destroy, yes, they did dominate Search and Destroy, but again, Hardpoint is where things are going to kick off, and 5 a.m., they are a team with a decent firepower as well, so not an easy fight coming the way of NonStop right now.
Yeah, I mean, 5 a.m., they faced off against Panda Express in the past, and I do remember Panda Express, they dominated through their run as well against 5 a.m. Not exactly dominated, but it was a super close and intense matchup. But 5 a.m. roster is on the screen as well. Wanted, Weedy, Lil Uzi Word. You've also got Aju Prime. All these guys, again, especially Wanted. If this man starts to pop off and Search and Destroy, things can be pretty one-sided for 5 a.m. too. Even Aju Prime, if this man is going to be at the prime gameplay, well, then it's going to be tough to stop down the players of 5 a.m.
Yeah, agreed with that. If Aju Prime or Weedy, if either of these two players, they click today, oh man, NS is in for a tough fight. But again, it's all a question of if that happens. If the players fail to show up, then we know for a fact it's just going to be NS just mowing down the players of 5 a.m. And all of this will commence on Hardpoint. What do you think is going to be the map over there? Are we going to see Summit finally for the first time today?
Maybe we can. Summit's one of the classy maps, right? If we do see Summit, then we know what to expect. Maybe it is going to be NonStop to run away with the victory. But if we do see Apocalypse, Johnny, maybe things can be a little bit different over there, because we have seen 5 a.m. do pretty good on the map of Apocalypse. Up close and personal, 5 a.m. they're supposed to be much better. While you try and speak of Summit, there's so many boxes that the hard points might just pop in. So there's going to be a lot of those choke points, and that's where NonStop can find the big advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out, right? I mean, super excited to witness these two teams in action. And of course, the first matchup of Group B. But when we talk about Group B, I know everyone's going to be waiting for tomorrow, day after tomorrow, when we get to see Team Godlike in action. But as I mentioned, day after tomorrow is when that match is going to happen. Right now, NS, I hope they're prepared, man. I mean, this veto is going to be the most important thing for them and for the side of 5 a.m. as well. Both these teams, it all just comes down to the veto.
Exactly. I mean, veto, as you mentioned, is going to be the super crucial one. Off the rip, if we do see Summit, as I mentioned, it might just be a big-time chance for NonStop to dominate through. And then even it's out of Search and Destroy. If NonStop find the same form that they did in the past line matchup, then maybe NonStop can find, of course, the better way. But for 5 a.m., if they do choose Apocalypse, if they've got the chance to do so, then maybe it's 5 a.m. going to be the one to come out on top, because against Panda Express, 5 a.m. gave quite a tough fight.
Yeah, I mean, 5 a.m. was very impressive against Panda Express, but still, it was a loss for them. And then we had an impressive match from 5 a.m. against the players of SLN, that low bracket matchup that we talk about. They did end up winning Summit, and they did do quite well they lost on Summit. They did do quite well on Tunisia and the mode of control as well, which was played on Seaside. But again, I think with these two teams, playing on those default maps is what you're going to hope for. Just leave it all down to fundamentals, leave it all down to communication. If the maps aren't too complicated, then it's all down to which team is the better team in the heat of the moment then and there. That's it.
And at this point in time, it really does feel like both these teams are supposed to be the equal ones, right? NonStop, They are pretty good as well. 5 a.m. pretty good as well in the past matches that they played. It's really tough to speculate which team can be the one to come through one-sided. It's all about the map veto. It's all about the way things kick off on the map veto itself, which is going to be the Hardpoint map that's going to be played. Because if the first map is going to be picked up by the players of NonStop, there's a big chance it might just be quick 2-0. But if the first map is being picked by the players of 5 a.m., then we might just see a proper 3-mapper in the way of this entire BO3 series. So anything can happen, man. It's still a lot of those question marks that are going through my head. Even 5 a.m., they can pull off a big upset and maybe shut down the entirety of NS in just those 2 maps.
It can happen, and especially for this series, I think we might just see the decider between these two sides. The matchup on paper seems fairly even, and again, I think both the matches, NS, yes, they were able to walk away the quick 2-0, but I think even there was a probability of NS just slipping up and the series being dragged all the way towards the third and decider. And 5 a.m., none of their matches have been a 2-0. Even in the loss, they took it down to the decider, and even in their victory, it was down to the decider. So I think 5 a.m., they do not know how to give up. No matter what happens on that first mode, it will be down to that decider just because it's 5 a.m.
As you mentioned, all the maps that we've seen so far from the side of 5 a.m., they have went through the decider, right? And that's the only reason is because sometimes Aju Prime and even Wanted, they can step up on those important times. Off the rip, you might just see these players a little bit taking a nap in the back lines, but in Search and Destroy is where Wanted starts to pop off with that Tundra, and then even towards Search and Destroy, you might just see Aju Prime in his prime form. There's a lot of these players that can pop off onto individual maps for 5 a.m., and that's a great thing. Before NS, if they activate as a proper team, if they activate as a well-knit unit, there's a big chance 5 a.m. can not even stand a chance against the players of NS. And as I mentioned, yes, it's a complete new lineup playing under quite a known banner, but you never know, man. This new lineup, they can have a lot on stake. We could have seen NS versus Time to Pound in the past, and that could have cleared a little bit more of that brain fog, but unfortunately, that just never came through. Even Time to Pound, it's quite a formidable lineup. You can't take anything away from them, considering it will be the upcoming matchup that we will see, or up to upcoming matchup, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out between these two sides, and I'm just hoping that, again, both these teams are in the same group. It is going to be interesting to see when that matchup actually happens. I think NS are also waiting for an opportunity to get their hands on the players of Time to Pound, and same goes for the players of Time to Pound as well. An opportunity tonight for either of these two sides, and as you mentioned, it clears a few things up, because now Time to Pound, I think, again, their match in the upper bracket was extremely close one, and Time to Pound also looking like a very solid team this time around, but going up against NS, a team from the lower bracket, and NS also looking solid, will be interesting to see which one of them proves to be a little stronger. But there's been a slight little update, so due to some technical glitch in the settings, a match from the previous series is going to be rehosted. It's going to be that Search and Destroy that just happened. Yeah, that's going to be rehosted, but let's see. I think another opportunity for the side of Team Feline. Now they know what Anthem is going to look like, so are they going to be prepared for the second time?
That is honestly pretty unfortunate for Team Anthem, I'm not going to lie, Johnny. A second chance being given to the side of Team Felines. Now, that is a big blow. Due to some technical glitch in the room itself, Felines, they get another shot at taking down the players of Team Anthem. And still, we need to figure out what exactly is going to happen, but on the opposite side of this break, maybe.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love. Just when I had enough of us. I'm the babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after that short break, and here's Johnny, Anthem, and Felines. It's going to be resumed once again. The Hardpoint, yes, it's in the way of Anthem, but still, Search and Destroy is yet to be decided because the lobby was a little bit glitched maybe in the past. I don't even know whose fault at this point it is, but yeah, it is really unfortunate for Team Anthem. Because of these issues, there's a big chance Team Anthem, they might just lose out on this upcoming Search and Destroy against Felines.
Yeah, let's see how things are going to turn out. Feline, at least now they have an opportunity to make a comeback for the second time. And again, this little bit of a time travel that just happened, it's going to be interesting to see what the end result is going to be. Finally, if we get to see control between these two sides, it's going to be fun because, again, let's not forget, the Hardpoint matchup was an extremely close one between the two sides. And even on Search and Destroy, there was a little bit of a mid-game back and forth between Feline and Anthem, but towards the end, it was Anthem who were able to close out the series.
I'm not gonna lie, Johnny, I was so ready to witness a battle between NonStop
man.
and 5 AM. I really wanted to see these two teams duke it out against each other because I'm already done with Felines and Anthem, right? We've already seen what both these teams had in stake. But still, man, nobody noticing that the lobby was glitched out throughout the entire game mode. That's honestly quite surprising to me. Even we completely lost out on that factor, right? And moving on forward the conversation now, Johnny, there's a big chance we might just have a chance to move on towards Control. So even the Control side of things, it might just be super intense. But hey, Tunisia, it's going to be replayed and rehosted.
Well. Another opportunity. Another chance on the board for Feline to strike back. Man, if I was Anthem, I would... Either I'm scared or I'm just confident in the fact that, hey, we've done it once before. This time, there's less time on the board, so we can just be much quicker about it.
But hey, Johnny, here we go. Off the rip, it's quite an aggressive start for both the teams, and Felines, at least, they're going to be so happy the fact that they got a second chance to compete against Team Anthem. And for Team Anthem, if they lose out on this entire series, man, they're going to be kicking themselves on their feet. One thing is for sure, Anthem are going to be super salty if they lose out on this matchup. But look at Dope. He's already wrapped up all the way from the back because he knows what to expect from Team Anthem. And even Luigi is just making it a quick one. Anthem, they've already been wrapped up in a sheet.
Well, all right, Anthem once again. That was a quick round coming in from the side of Feline. And again, talking about the map itself, once again, ladies and gentlemen, defensive side is where Feline did quite well for themselves, even when this map took place earlier. This time around, at least a decent start. Dope in piece. He was big the last time. The shotgun. Oh! Even though Nochi was able to spot him out, Dope in piece still finding that first frag. Legacy with the trade does come in, bringing the numbers down to a 4v4, but on attack, Anthem, the struggles are going to be real danger, playing a very aggressive position up top on that balcony.
Sundance an illusion. At least Sundance was able to shut down the man, but Anthem, hold on. Looking to be back in the race once again as Legacy's wall gets shut down. It's Starboy. Strikes down Fallen 2. That's a great one for Team Anthem. Considering they lost out in first round itself, the mental now is going to be a little bit shaky for them, but considering they've also got the man advantage, so that's a great thing. Team Anthem, unfortunately, the previous Search and Destroy that we saw them play against Felines, Anthem started off with a big advantage. It was a 2-0, but this time around, Anthem, they messed up the first round, but it's completely fine, considering they get the second one on the board.
1-1 on the board, and again, Anthem, as we mentioned, less time on the board this time around, so they can be much quicker on the attack as well, but all they have to do is connect those shots. And Legacy and Sundance, man, they need to go big, just like the last time. Dope in piece, switching things up there. Oh! Ouch! That nade right in his face, man. It just blew his head in half.
It indeed did. Hold on, though, Johnny. Still towards the side, things are pretty unpredictable. 5 and 4, man advantage, big time in the hands of Anthem. And even for Anthem, considering they've already faced off against Team Felines, they know what to expect on towards the site. Starboy's going to be the only man left standing, but unfortunately, Felines this time around, they've got the upper edge. Round starting to stack back and forth. It's really tough to say who's going to be the one to strike through better this time around, because Felines, they started off with the advantage. Later on, Anthem got the equalizer. But once again, Felines with the scoreline advantage, they're looking much more refined.
Oh, timing, man. Just fell back, otherwise there would have been just 3 players staring him right in his face. Wait, what? Ouija? How did he get taken out over there?
Yeah, the man was kicked outside of the wall.
Yeah. I don't know where that shot came from, man, to be honest, but still, at least Anthem, they have the advantage and the upper hand. It just goes bigger. 3 versus 5. Oh, where's another big shot, another big frag? But as long as Dope is there, I think the threat is there, man. Fallen goes out. Dope, the last man surviving with a shotgun. Can we see a 1v5 clutch? Impossible, but
Oh my god, nice shot.
right in his
The
ankles.
toes cut off. Yeah, the
Yeah.
toes cut off. Done. But yeah, for Team Anthem, I'm loving this, right? Yes, it is a back and forth measure, but Anthem, for some reason, they seem much more confident. Yes, they lost the first round because of Dope in Peace. He wrapped up all the way from the back. He got those multi-kills as well, but still, Team Anthem, quick to reply back. And look at what Anthem is doing this time around. Maybe they've got a little bit of that disconnect inside of the game. I'm not sure. One of the man's already AFK in the back lines, and Anthem, they're playing it way too passive. They're waiting for someone to push on forward.
Ooh, illusion. Look at how scared the players of Anthem are right now, just still sticking to their spawn. They're expecting the players of Team Feline to get a little aggressive this time, but that hasn't happened.
It makes a lot of sense as well why Anthem is so scared, because they're pretty much playing it 4-on-5 in this matchup. One of the man's AFK, I think so. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing, but he's just standing still all the way towards that spawn. And Anthem as a 4-on-5, that seems tough. There we go. The fifth man is back inside of the race. Now Anthem might just be a little bit more confident. Anthem looking to make that pounce and prowl towards the site. Danger finding Legacy as he's shut down as well. Even Dope in Peace, he's already found a little bit of more of that angle and knowing that what exactly is going to be on the board. And what is Dope in Peace doing? He was crossing all the way out in the open, and Sundance with a nice 2-piece. Once again, Anthem is there on the striking advantage on the board itself. Even Wiz shutting down Sundance right there. Even Luigi is able to find some nice trades on the board. It's back and forth on the board. It's now taken down to a 1-on-1 in the end, and Luigi is taken down way too low, Johnny.
Well, let's see. Ouija, as you mentioned, 1v1 against Wiz. The nade was lobbed up in the air, and it's going to connect as well. So Wiz is dropped extremely low, and Ouija still in the back lines. Look at the long rotation that's coming in from him. Wiz can be caught off guard. His back is going to be completely compromised. He does switch up position, still not hearing the footsteps. Be prepared. He's taken a brilliant off angle to work with, but I believe he's going to be checked, especially with the Type 19. What can he do from here? Can't really peek around the corner, especially with the sniper in his face. Spots out. He gets very lucky, man. Ouija was looking somewhere else entirely and gets caught completely off guard. 3-2. That was a close call for Anthem, to be honest.
Yeah, now the advantage in the hands of Anthem. The tactics working out perfectly well. All the Anthem boys on the board looking pretty nice and intact. The game strategies as well looking pretty good. A few mistakes were made from the opponents, that's for sure. And Dope in Peace once again gets picked up. I'm not sure what Dope in Peace is doing there, but even Danger through that smoke, he's able to find a kill with that random spam, but eventually even Danger gets shut down. Fallen is still there in the back lines as he was able to take down Sundance, but that's not enough. And already Anthem, they've got the site control. It's a 1-on-3. It seems next to possible to be pulled off by Felines now.
Oh boy. Wiz shut down, and Ouija is moving in, but this crossfire, it's going to be a difficult one to break right now. Oh, the shot is going to be whiffed. He does find the frag, though, but as I said, the crossfire a little too clean coming in from Anthem, and the repeat is going to be perfectly timed. They do end up finding that frag for themselves, and the round alongside with it, so 4-2-2. Now Anthem, finally, they get to play inside of the comfort zone, the defensive side. And Feline, now things look scary, right? They are supposed to play with a 2-round deficit on attack. Not going to need one. A lot of utility lob towards the side, but yet it is going to be Dope. The danger man shut down, although it's going to be the side of Team Feline who find the advantage in the trade, as the B side is going to be cleaned up and Anthem is down to their last 3 players.
Yeah, still it's a 3-on-4. Team Felines with the 4 players up and alive, while 3 players just from Anthem. The players have now got things under scope as well. Legacy needs to be the icebreaker. He needs to find the first kill, or at least get the advantage in his team's favor. But unfortunately, everything is being denied. No matter what the players of Anthem are trying to bring on the board, everything is being stolen away from their hands. And Shinoki is now just looking to punch a few players to death. He does get the first punch, but then later on, Danger, he takes him down.
Well, let's see. 3 to 4. Somehow, Feline, they recover that early aggression, the utility being lobbed and lined up, causing a lot of trouble for the players of Anthem. They get dropped extremely low even before the duels take place. And look at that, a swift push coming in towards that B side yet again. And this time, just the players from Anthem, they just let it be.
4-3 Felines with that previous round. Once again, starting to feel themselves. And Legacy realizing the fact that the site's already gone. A little bit more of that time left in the hands. And what about watching Luigi is making a few rookie mistakes, peeking the same angle that he peeked before. His position was already compromised. Luigi messes up big. That might just give the advantage back in the hands of Anthem. And Dope in Peace, even his position is known. Sundance shutting down Dope in Peace. Anthem once again getting the positive trades on the board, and just like that, Anthem, they've also got the site control back in their hands. And Danger, he needs to be the Danger man. It's a 1-on-3 to be executed. Danger's position is known, and he gets put to sleep as well.
Well, let's see, man. Intense for sure, 5-3. Anthem once again in the driving seat of this matchup, and not really a lot left for them to do. Just the last two rounds. If they can close it out, then the result is going to be a swift 2-0 again. But Felines, I think a lot was expected when this rehost was announced, but the result still looks the same.
They indeed do. Felines, they're given a second chance to life. And if the second chance is not being the mace, then it's a big problem. They need to make the most out of this one. A slow and steady start, wanting to understand what the opponents are coming up with. Intel is going to be off the essence. And that's what both these teams are completely relying on, especially Felines. They do not want to walk into a site completely blindfolded. And they want to go for the same site once again. But the sniper from the back is now starting to rack up those kills. Back-to-back 2 pieces on the board for Felines. They're losing out on those crucial points. While Legacy's got the entire side on the lockdown. No one's going to be able to penetrate through when Legacy's standing there. But even Danger's able to find a nice flank. He's able to catch a few players off guard. Anthem getting caught from the unexpected angles. And Anthem is still looking to find that nail in the coffin. But unfortunately, Felines, they've got the man advantage in this entire circumstance. 3-5 is the scoreline. Anthem with the advantage as well. But in this round, the man advantage is stacked up with the players of Feline. And this needs to be the same way till the end.
Yeah, but Anthem right now, this man, Sundance needs to go big, catches one man off guard, but still fails to find the connection. Now the second man has been put out in the corner, and somehow Starboy finds the frag, but gets shot in the back. And that's going to be the opportunity that the players from the side of Team Feline needed for themselves. They find the frags and find the round for themselves. Looking so good, man.
Anthem is once again starting to lose out on the lead that they had built up a while ago. Shinoki was able to find the first one as well, but the icebreaker is now going to hit. As Team Felines, they already find a nice 3-piece on towards the site, and that's why things are now taken down to a 1-on-3. But what am I watching? Even the last man of Anthem is not going to stand a chance, as that's going to be the spray down coming through. And just like that, we're going to move on to the second half as well. Felines, considering they are now doing pretty good, getting a few rounds back-to-back, and Anthem for them, it's going to be a reality check.
5-5, the equalizer on the board, but the spray down comes in, and Wiz, he goes big. Sundance and Wiz and Starboy chiming in, and all of a sudden, as the players of Team Felines, they look to move in, they get cleaned up, man. That was just flawless coming in from Anthem. 6th round on the board secured. A quick one as well.
Yeah, that was a good read from the boys. And that's exactly what you need to do as well if you're Anthem. One more round is needed, Johnny, to find the closure and also get the series sealed up back in their hands. Sundance was able to find the first, but then Luigi instantly gets the trade in his hands. Dope in piece as well. This time around, he's not really wielding the shotgun in his hands. Instead, he switched on forward with the SMG because he's realized adaptation is going to be off the essence. And that's why he's adapting in the game as well. Nice shot from Legacy as he puts Fallen to sleep. Anthem, they're already finding the big man advantage. And that's something that might just find the deal sealer as well. A 3-on-4 in the hands of Anthem. With the big man advantage now, the players of Felines, they're starting to choke things up. They still do want to find a pick desperately. And here comes the pick as well from Illusion. Now this is going to be the goal call to rotate all the way on the opposite side.
Quick rotation coming in, 3 versus 3. The numbers are still equalized. And the players of Anthem have no idea that this is happening right underneath their noses. Feline end up overthinking their decision and again move towards the A side, which as it seems like might just happen. Then maybe they just end up running into the trap set up by the players of Anthem, and slowly and steadily they're moving towards A. Oh no, Dope in Peace, he might have been spotted out over there, but Danger moving in from the rear, and Sundance, he's gonna find the opener. Dope in Peace shut down, Sundance looks to run away, but still gets taken out. It's down to a 2v2, Danger finds one frag, last man standing from either of these two sides. 24 seconds left for the bomb to be planted, and Felines, they're still confused as to where they want to go. Plant coming in towards the A side as Illusion looks to move in, but oh no, this angle, it works out in the favor of Wiz. Illusion, he gets up expecting the man to be there, but Wiz a little bit sharper, and the result even after the rematch remains the same. Anthem walking away with a win, and look at that BM over there. This is why I love Call of Duty, man.
On every single player's body, by the way. He's not letting go of anyone. And I guess Wiz is pissed over the fact that, yes, this rehost came into play in the first place. And Wiz is like, yes, guys, no matter what the outcome was, we are still at the top. You guys went for the rehost thinking that you might just be the one to come out on top. But Wiz slapping them with the results on their faces. And once again, it's Anthem to dominate through against Felines. All this rehost for what? For the same outcome?
Anyways, I think Anthem are going to be happy with that, right? I mean, they were able to replicate the same result on the board and have nothing to worry about anymore. Brilliantly done, well executed, but Feline, again, they should have utilized this opportunity, man. They got very close, and in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Indeed, Johnny. The salt on top of the wound in the end was perfect. It's the perfect ending for Anthem, and as I mentioned, I'm pretty sure the players were pissed, man, considering they were brought back in the game once again. Anthem was like, wait, what? We've already put the nail in the coffin, and you're calling us once again back in the game for the same series? So yeah, for Anthem, that was quite a great ending. That's quite a sweet ending. But look at the positive side of things. Now, Anthem are going to be so aggressive, even in the upcoming matches. So I do want to see Anthem perform once again tomorrow, which will probably happen. But as we've got the match summary on the screen of that previous game, Luigi was the man who was popping off pretty well. This time around, Dope in Peace wasn't able to find a lot of that value. He did in the first round, but then later on, Dope in Peace was getting read to perfection.
Yeah, man, and Dope needed to go big if he wanted to secure or help his team secure a win inside of this mode. That is what happened the last time. And imagine had he been there with that R9 again this time. Oh, Anthem, the struggles would have just gotten so much worse. But hey, anyways, Anthem won, right? Still a 2-0. And I guess not a lot of updates on the graphics anymore.
Yeah, but Johnny, honestly speaking though, man, Wiz, this guy is such a mechanically gifted player. He's so good in those one-on-ones, be it on the side as well. If you see Wiz on the side with a proper team backup, he's always going to rack up those multi-kills. Wiz is one of those players that you can always rely on from the side of Anthem. And once again, he does the same thing as well. In that previous game, he was at the top of the frag list as well. And Wiz pretty much doing Wiz things, coming out on top for his team. But now, Johnny, speaking of the upcoming matchup, it's going to be NonStop versus 5 AM. And that will be super interesting. But it will be after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarded. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Taking the kill back. Run time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, 5 a.m. versus NonStop is now going to be resumed on the screen. Soon enough, we are going to have the map veto pop up, and Johnny, we made all our speculations before the previous break.
Yeah.
But you know what? Without wasting any more time, let's just move on directly towards the map veto and see how this one's going to look like, because Hardpoint's going to matter the most. And hey, Johnny, I guess we're going to move on towards Standpoint. For some reason, looking at Standpoint now, my spidey senses, they're saying that it's going to be NS to come out on top.
Yeah, standoff is going to be fun for sure, and as they are definitely. And search and destroy on firing range, right? That is going to be an interesting one for sure. Again, we've discussed it's a default map. Fundamentals are going to be key, but let's see how this matchup is going to turn out. I can't wait for this series to begin, man.
Exactly, and we're not going to waste a lot of time doing so too, right? We've already seen the rosters as well off the players in the previous break, so without wasting any more time, let's just move on directly towards standoff, towards Hardpoint, as we're going to have NonStop as well facing off against 5 a.m. And off the rip, it's going to be all about the momentum. Whichever team gets the Hardpoint back in their control, that team is pretty much going to run through with the lead, or at least the lead that they need to keep on moving on confidently.
Yeah, but you got to stay away and create a lot of passive pressure onto the hard points in this particular map. We have seen this once in the day before, and it was an intense one, of course. Anthem, they struggled at the start. And this was the same match that took place a few moments ago, but this time it's quite opposite. NonStop, it seems like NonStop frags coming in, and they do manage to retain the pressure on towards the hard point. The nade looks on the utility coming in from the players of 5 a.m., although it's still NonStop in the driving seat. Yes, barely surviving inside of that hard point.
Indeed, Johnny. I mean, the first hard point is already being contested by the players of NonStop, 27-28. They're constantly getting the points flow as well, while 5am, they're not able to find any sort of reply. And look at the players of NonStop, too. They're holding angles in such a great manner. They've got their own positions on the lockdown itself, and they're not going to let anyone switch through or even breach through towards that entire P1. But soon enough, even the P2 is going to pop up towards the P2. And as once again, they're being pretty proactive. Yes, at the start, they were towards that P1, getting the contention done. But instantly, as soon as the P1 faded away and P2 popped up, and as they were so quick on their feet to make the rotation and make sure that 5am are not going to get any more points on the board. And for 5am, just getting 8 points, they're pretty much stuck on that 8 points itself. While for NS, the players are constantly moving on forward, dominating through against the players of 5am, getting those trades positively as well in their hands. And for NonStop, if they keep on dominating the same way, 5am, well, we might just see another 2-0 on the screen, because the first hard point is something that's going to matter the most.
Yeah, the first hard point already gone. The second one as well, completely in control of the players of NS. What was that? He was just running across like there was no one there. 13 extra seconds gained by the players of NonStop onto this hard point. And again, the lead right now looks to be big, but it is going to be this P3 that has a lot of choke point options, and the only way you can relieve the pressure or take out the players that are hiding inside of that bedroom is going to be by very precise utility. But hey, NS, they just continue to pick out the players of 5am even before they charge or make a push towards this hard point, and NS are going to be the first ones there.
Indeed. Even a Predator missile is being pulled out. That's not going to be able to find a lot of that value, at least that 2K. And still, that 2K is going to be important, right? Just delaying a bit more time for those two players. And maybe just separating the teams, finding those isolated duels or something that's going to be helped for NonStop. And Johnny, 5am is stuck on just 8 points. None of these guys from the side of 5am is able to get anything done. But as a say-so, finally, 5am, they do get their hands on the hard point. But unfortunately, they did come through with the heavy investments. But that investment did not pay off.
Well, let's see, though. The investment, as you mentioned, Necro, it's not really working out, and the Purifier from Crypt as well, just burning the players of 5am alive. Weedy needs to connect, somehow finds the connection, Cosmo shut down, but the instant raid comes in as Wanted falls right outside of that hard point as well. Things not really looking good for the side of 5am, stuck on 13, NS on the other side, over 100-point advantage for them. Another big hard point contention coming in for them though. Oh, Limon finds the opener. This is going to be a big one as well. An adventure. He also falls. Opportunity there for NonStop. They need those multi-frags, and Crip is going to be the man finding those for his team. Everyone else, they're going to look to charge in. The retake comes through, and NS once again in control of the hard point.
NS is just dominating through, proving the opponents unparalleled. Even Limon, Cosmo, these guys are able to rack kills back-to-back, and even the War Machine is being pulled out from Karma. And at this point in time, especially when you're going to hold down the choke points with the War Machine as an opponent, there's next to impossible chance to try and breach through the choke points to get the points in their hands. At this point in time, the points flow is something that's currently backing up by the players of NonStop. And for 5am to try and break through this lead, it's looking next to impossible. Already, it's more than 100 points lead, Johnny, and for 5am to try and break through this hard point, I don't think so it's going to be possible. They need to hope for the best in search and destroy.
Yeah, they definitely do need to hope for the best. But how they find those wins, a big question. They need to win those duels, and that is where 5am needs or seems to be struggling right now. Look at this, one after the other. It's constantly the players of NS getting those multi-kills after multi-kills. Cosmo, his position uncontested. Limon as well gets the frontline player. Cosmo clears his back, and NS in the driving seat. I think this is going to be a quick hardpoint matchup. Necro almost heading to the closer. 5am, it seems like they can't do anything over here.
Yeah, it does not feel like 5am can stand a chance. Maybe they can try and make it a little bit more closer to put the players of NS in a tricky mindset. But even the claw being pulled out, the investments are now starting to be pulled out from the side of NonStop. They've already crossed on that 200 points barrier for 5am. Yeah, I'm not even sure what exactly just went through. 5am, they're getting absolutely demolished on the point. And for NonStop, they're already proactive and moving towards the next point that's going to pop up. For now, NonStop, the only thing they're trying to do is at least stay a little bit towards that back point that was there and maybe try and deny the possibility points that can come through for 5am. But being proactive is something that NonStop is also doing as well, and that's what they exactly do. They do want to get the next hard point in their hands already, and Lemon is able to find some nice trades on the board. As Swedish gets shut down, even Cosmo in the backlines with the equalizer is able to find some positive value, but Cosmo instantly gets shut down as well in return. Yes, the equalizer was not able to find too much value, but it's completely fine. When your teammates are popping off on all the different margins, you don't really need to pop off.
Oh boy, 231. This is already over, man. More than 200 point advantage for the players of NonStop, and it seems like NonStop they go. Just a completely one-sided hard point. 236 to 21, 5am. They're struggling for every single point right now. The players of NonStop, this lead is unbeatable at this point. 5am already hoping to see if they can find themselves an equalizer on the overall scoreboard once they move on to search and destroy. But I think, Necro, you're going to agree with me on this. No matter what happens from here on out, NonStop, they are walking away with this win on Hardpoint from here.
Yeah, and there's a big chance they might just walk away with the win or even on Search and Destroy if they keep on playing the same way. But you really got to give it to Cosmo and even Lemon. These two guys, they're really being a big pain in the foot for the side of 5am. And nothing can be done from the side of 5am to try and stop the players of NonStop, especially Cosmo and Lemon. These two guys are now pretty much like the hell against the players of 5am. If 5am somehow do find the cure to these players, then maybe things are possible in the upcoming circumstances. But inside of this hard point, we pretty much know it's done for. Even Claws being pulled out from Lemon, and just like that, it was such a quick hard point from Enes, and we've already got the 1-0 scoreline on the board. And Johnny, as we move on towards Search and Destroy, I do not think we're going to see anything else.
Man, that was completely one-sided. Did not expect the match to be that quick, to be honest, but hey, 5am, the alarms need to go off, they need to wake up, because I don't know, NS was just running around the map, securing all of those kills, the points as well, just completely dominating 5am in every way possible.
Now, I would like to see a matchup between Enes and Accelerate, because even that would be a super interesting matchup, right? Accelerate, even they dominated through their opponents, Enes as well. The fact that Enes actually moved into the open finals from the lower brackets, I do not understand. Who sent Enes in the lower brackets in the first place? Who was that team?
Could be Accelerate or Anthem, one of these two sides, you never know. But again, I mean, that is why we were very excited to watch NS against Time to Pound as well, because I was as surprised as you are right now. Like, who sent NS down to the lower bracket? This is a team that definitely did deserve a spot in the upper bracket itself, but hey, now they are beating down another team from that lower bracket itself, and again, very one-sided. Those aim duels, man, no matter what the players of 5am were up to, it was not really working out for them.
Dude, Lemon, Karma, and Cosmo. These three guys, they were such an impactful player in that previous hardpoint. Just three players, it felt like they were more than enough to shut down the entirety of 5am. They were not able to find any sort of reply to Lemon. They were not able to find any sort of reply to even Cosmo, and then Karma was just coming through from the backlines, and he was also getting a few kills racked up. If these three players, they keep on performing the same way, even in Search and Destroy, where things might just be a little bit slower, then yes, for 5am, I'm not even sure what's going to be the one to save the day. Before day one itself, it's quite a bad start for 5am, and now their mindset's not going to be in that good condition.
Well, let's see. Search and Destroy still there. And as long as there's a mode, as long as you are there inside of this game, there is an opportunity to make a comeback. But NonStop, Lemon, and Cosmo on fire. Karma coming online towards the later stages, helping his team secure the win. Smithy, yeah, the unsung hero. I have to say, I mean, towards the end, I saw an impressive 3K coming in from Smithy right in the nick of time as they were trying to block the players from 5am from reaching that last hard point. And every single delay, every single second that he bought his team inside of that hard point did matter. So Smithy as well, I mean, we might not see his impact in terms of the skills, but it was still there.
Honestly speaking, man, you just need two players to perform in the game, Cosmo and Lemon. That's it.
Yeah.
Even the rest three players, if they did not perform, it's completely fine. NonStop's anyways going to win that entire hard point. That was pretty much the course of action. Even Karma was able to put the cherry on top of the cake, and that's why NS just completely thrashed their opponents. And as they pummeled down their opponents on the hard point, I genuinely think towards the entirety of Search and Destroy, 5am, I think so they're going to be expecting the same thing. They're going to be expecting a 2-0 themselves as an opponent of Venice. And Johnny, honestly speaking, do you think 5am wakes up at 5am?
I don't think so. I think we are all gamers. Let's be honest. None of us wake up at 5am. Maybe we're awake till 5am. But Yeah, I don't think anyone's alarm is going off at 5 a.m. Necro. Let's be honest about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if you're awake till 5 a.m., then technically you are awake at 5 a.m., right?
Yeah, you are awake. There's a difference between staying awake and waking up.
Hey, but it's still the code being cracked, man. Your parents say that you should wake up early in the morning, and you'll just say, yes, I'm already awake at 5 a.m. But you know what? I know I'm pretty bad at cracking jokes, so I'm just going to move on for now. As Weedy, he's already found the opener against Karma. That's a great way to kick things off, considering NonStop. They were on that non-stop domination spree against 5 a.m., but that first icebreaker is something that might just put things back in the hands of 5 a.m. Shots taken. Non-stop, considering they've already found the side control, and they've also got the plan down. The man from the back, he needs to be the main playmaker. There's a big wraparound coming through, and Cosmo, the man was flashed. He could not really do a lot.
Well, let's see, though. Smithy on the other side finding a brilliant 2K with a little help from Lemon. And it's down to VD now. 8 seconds left. Can he find the 2 frags plus the defuse? All this man Smithy has to do is just buy his team a little bit of time, just pushes forward with a pistol and just gets punched in the face.
Knockout blow.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The bomb still goes off, so the round is still in the favor of NonStop.
Hey, so it's a WW situation anyways for NonStop, right? It's completely fine. They lost out on all the players, and NonStop honestly started things off with a man disadvantage too, right? Because Weedy was able to find the first pick. And once again, he's starting to do the same thing. Spamming through the walls, hoping that he's going to find at least some connections. But this time around, for NonStop, we're seeing heavy barrage of utilities. Man, we're seeing a lot of those flashbangs, a lot of those nades being popped out from NonStop. They're trying to clear those classic angles. But even Wanted's able to find a kill onto Smitty, and that kill is going to be off the essence. An important frag as well. Crypt, he does realize the fact that, okay, it's better to back away and not really overcommit on a few angles. If NonStop does the same thing over and over again, there's a big chance they might just lead to their own demise. NonStop, they've already got the first round on the board, so that's a great thing. And for NonStop, to run away with this lead that they've got on the scoreboard, it's looking much more tougher and dicey. They do not really have the man advantage to do so.
Let's see, I mean, that Wanted can swing at any time, but Karma is the last man left alive. Finds a frag, a 1v2 now. Players at 5 a.m., look at that. The players are split up. This is the only play that works out in the favor of Karma. He needs to find the frag. Does get spotted out, though. If he wins this, then everything changes, and he starts to make a run back. 45 seconds left on the clock, and he's running back all the way towards that A site. He needs to dodge that danger man Wanted, the man with the sniper. Very close. Damage is down, and Karma. Oh, I thought he's going to shot in the back and picked off. Finally gets taken out.
Okay, 5 a.m. They've got some fuel left in the tanks. So that's a good thing. 1-1 on the board, and for 5 a.m. this time around, getting that early stopper, early breaks installed in the strategy of NonStop is something that helped the players at 5 a.m. to at least get a to think through what exactly is NonStop looking to cook up. Oh, take the shot, come on. Unfortunately, the shot did not come through, but still these pixel angles, man. If Lemon is able to find at least a pick from those, that's going to hold a lot of that crucial value. And here comes the first shot. The man's now quite softened up, but still Weedy. He strikes down Lemon. What a shot that was. Lemon not really changing his position. Cost him his life.
Well, let's see, though. Again, a big advantage in the favor of the players of NonStop. 2 players remaining from the side of 5 a.m. Complete control of the side given away as well. Can't really do much from here on out, just play for the retake. Shot connection, not really found from Smithy. But here comes the counter aggression. They make the push, 1 more man. Found out, Wanted is going to be the last man left alive, but it doesn't matter. The bomb has been planted. It's a 4v1. Easy round on the board for NonStop again.
Yeah. And there we go, Karma. Even he shuts down Wanted. 2-1 is the scoreline, and for NonStop, once again, getting the trades in their hands, getting the lead back in their hands. It's something we all saw coming. That one little slip up was something that maybe could have given a glimmer of hope to 5am, and they should have moved on and capitalized with that glimmer of hope too. R9 in the hand, and there we go. The first closure handed out. But even Smitty from the back lines is there to try and get the equal trades on the board. Even Karma is there to try and find the equalizer. Vamos gets taken down. 5am. Still, at least they've got the man advantage, and that's something they should work with. It's a 2-on-2, maybe, and as soon as I say so, that's what exactly happens. The fight's now taken down to a 2-on-2. We'll actually make that 1-on-2. Considering 5am, they've got the man advantage to play with, and that's a great thing. But Karma, can he really make this 1-on-2 come into fruition? Can he spring back to life? He does not really have the bomb in his hands too, Johnny. So for NonStop, now it seems next to impossible. And the man just straight up walks into a sniper crosser.
2-2, the rounds equalized. NonStop, they need to do something about this to shut down the players of 5am here and now. But hey, Necro, we had this conversation before the series began, right? 5am, every single match that they played up until now, they've taken it all the way towards the decider. And right now, we're feeling that even in this series, I think we are going to see that deciding control between these two sides. But here there's the first frag in the favor of 5am. They have the numbers advantage to work with right now.
2-2 on the board. Lamont, the main playmaker this time around, is not in the game anymore. So for NonStop, maybe a tough pill to swallow. But 5am is really making it look super competitive. They're finding a few ways to challenge the players of NS, and somehow it's working out. Oh, the man's holding the angle with the shotgun,
how?
But still somehow Karma slips away. Eventually he does get taken down, but ZFXG, I'm not sure what the man was exactly doing, and even the sniper's able to find some traits. Wanted was able to shut down Encrypt, but NS, they once again reply back with a positive side. And Wanted's now going to be the last man up and alive for shots missed. Cosmo's position is given away. NS, they've got every single advantage they need to try and win this round. And there we go. Here comes the closure.
But what just happened over there? That man should have never been allowed to move in like that. And Karma making the opposing players pay for a big mistake. Somehow 5am recovered, equalizing the numbers advantage, but it wasn't enough at all. Oh, the first frag could be found over there, but shot connection not really there for 5am, and B-side control gained by the players of NonStop. But hey, look at the backlines, the pinch is coming in, and this could be a more down. NonStop, they need to shut down that backstab. One player is going to be picked off, the trade comes in. And the numbers advantage, in fact, it just completely swings in the favor of NonStop in just a matter of seconds.
Cosmo. Okay, well, I was about to say something, but that just cancels it out. Karma as well gets shut down. And now it's taken down to a 3v3. ZFXG as well. The man's not really too good at holding angles, because the last time when he tried to do so with the shotgun, he messed up big time. His teammate got caught off guard, and the entire setup just came collapsing down. But hey, this man single-handedly is now starting to rack up a lot of those kills on the point. And eventually, even ZFXG is able to find the closure. 5am, they're really making it neck and neck. What is happening to the players of NonStop? What is exactly going on in the game? Is NonStop doing this on purpose? I don't understand.
Yeah, man, complete back and forth between the two sides. And I think it might be both the teams. Maybe NonStop just take things lightly every time they win a round, or maybe just 5am, they're matching or leveling up to the competition in front of them. But look at this, Limon finds the first frag, and it's going to be the danger man wanted out of the way. They have the numbers advantage to work with, another frag secured, and there's going to be another one.
What?
Karma with a backstab. Weedy completely off guard. It's going to be picked off. Wemo somehow managed to survive, but it's a 4v2, and NonStop, they are looking non-stoppable. Unstoppable, in fact.
I'm not even sure what exactly Weedy was doing there, John. Weedy was just sniffing the wall. He was looking at the wall completely. I'm not even sure what Weedy was trying to do there, but hey, man, I mean, NonStop, that just gifts him that round. If Weedy was able to find that pick against the player who took down Weedy, then maybe things could have been different. But Weedy was too busy staring at the wall.
Oh boy. 4-3. Just runs into the crosshair like that, and non-stop this time on the defense. Look at the counter aggression, shutting down the sniper, and this find the frag as well. It was an important one. Last player left alive, non-stop. I think defense is going to be their strong suit. They know the man is hiding inside the container with the shotgun as well. But it is going to be ZFXG who finds the frag, and non-stop 5-3 in the driving seat once again.
Solid stuff. Really solid stuff. And this is what the players of NS as well realize, right, Johnny? If NS plays it too passive, that means 5M is getting enough time to think what exactly is NS cooking up. But if NonStop plays it super aggressive, then 5M, they do not have a chance to think what exactly hit them. And that's what NonStop is now pretty much looking to bring on the board. And that's going to be the missing aggression in Search and Destroy. And here we go. Cosmo, the man's already found the wraparound as he finds a nice two-piece. He's also looking to find the third one, but unfortunately, he gets shut down. Vamos is there right next to his teammate, and maybe these two guys can make the impossible possible, but still it's a 2-on-3, the man advantage in the hands of NonStop.
Let's see, though. Moving in slowly and steadily. 5AM still holding on to the hope of making a comeback on the Search and Destroy. Sniper and an AR. No control. At least they have the bomb to work with. Look at this. One of the players, Smithy, has gotten very close, and that could be a pinch coming in. But Smithy is going to be shut down. The players of 5AM, they look to move in, make a run towards that A side. The rotation coming in from the players of NonStop. It's not going to be in time. Site control gained by 5AM. The bomb plant should be there.
There we go. The plan comes into fruition. 5AM. Round disadvantage is something now that's really starting to make them overthink, and even Lamont gets picked off. And now the situation's taken down to a 1-on-2. NonStop with a big man disadvantage, but the sniper for Encrypt, it's able to find some decent value. It's able to find the crucial value, actually. And Encrypt, his position's already noticed, and there comes the finishing knockout blow.
Oh, well, let's see. 4-5, a close one indeed between these two teams still. Even though we thought on defense, NonStop are looking strong, but it was just that one round. Now again, split up two sides. A lot of utility lob towards Wemos. It's going to be down to Weedy to find that opener for his team. The mid really being accepted by the players of 5AM as they just completely fall back on. Are playing extremely passive over here.
Cosmo. The man's already pushing quite deep. He's got such deep angle held. And oh no, here comes the first icebreaker. You usually expect it to be just one single frag, but instead it's two pieces collapsing. And look at the players of NonStop, the amount of map space they've already found on the game. Yeah, for 5AM, they do not know how to exactly counter the players of NonStop at this point in time. 4-5 NonStop, they're already running away with a big, massive lead. And the last man is all the way back towards the spawn, staring at the skies, looking at the clouds, admiring the nature. And a bullet to his face.
Yeah.
Even that's
right
quite admirable.
Neck as well. But hey, the setup from the side of NonStop in their previous round was too strong, especially after all of that control that Cosmo was able to gain towards mid. What's happened over there?
Good question,
5AM, I believe.
There's no way he did that. Just to take
Hey,
down
but Weedy finds too.
Yeah, he's just looking to farm at this point. He's like, yeah, we already know there's someone in the back lines towards the spawn. AFK, let's go and get that kill. It's going to be free one. It can help us improve our KD even more. And then Weedy's also getting pushed on. Karma's able to find a kill on the Weedy. NonStop. Well, we pretty much know what's going to be the course now. It is going to be NonStop running away with a massive lead and a major advantage. And yes, they 2-0 their opponents 5AM. As 5AM, they're left starstruck and admiring the nature.
Admiring the nature. I think the beatdown was so bad that there was neck. Their neck was stuck in that upright position looking at the sky. Just the uppercut coming in from NonStop. Too strong for 5AM to deal with. But hey, quick to... Oh, NonStop unstoppable in this series. And 5AM, absolutely no answer to this search and destroy as well. But hey, I mean, they did put up a decent fight, I have to be honest, at least in the first half as well. They kept things very close between them and NonStop, 5 a.m. I'm talking about.
They did, man. I mean, the Search and Destroy was much more enjoyable compared to that Hardpoint, right? Because Hardpoint was all about that pummeling from the side of Ennis. It was a complete one-sided affair, and generally speaking, I did not really see this coming through. I at least expected 5M to put up a decent fight, maybe get somewhere around 200 points, or maybe at least 150 points in the Hardpoint. But no, that was not the case. Instead, NonStop, they were just on that NonStop aggression. NonStop, they were on the kill feed as well, constantly shutting down the players of 5am. And inside of Search and Destroy, at least it was back and forth.
Yeah, at least it was back and forth in the early stages. Last 3 rounds, it was just NonStop showing utter dominance and mastery of their strategies. And especially that one beautiful round where they just pinched on the players of 5am. Cosmo just moving in. Beside the counter aggression coming in as well. It was just absolutely phenomenal. NonStop definitely prepared on the tactical front as far as Search and Destroy on firing range is considered.
Yeah, I mean, for firing range, the expectations were that NonStop would run away with the lead, and that's what exactly happened. As the series now comes to an end, we still have one more series to go, where we'll see Time to Pound back in action. And Johnny, speaking of Time to Pound, this team as well, they've had quite an interesting history, right? In the Open Finals itself, they started things off with the upper brackets, but then unfortunately in the upper brackets, they failed miserably. They moved on towards the lower brackets, and then luckily enough for them, EXO gets disqualified, and then they qualify in the challenge season from the upper brackets itself. I know it sounds pretty confusing, but you can move on to the past broadcast and check the brackets out.
I don't think it's confusing. I think it's the best comeback in the history. To be honest, from the lower bracket to the upper bracket without even playing a match, right? I mean, you talk about Lady Luck favoring the players of Time to Pound over there, but today it's not going to be easy. They go up against Panda Express, and Panda Express, last time we saw them go up against 5am, they just dominated on posting a very impressive win, and then towards Express as well, it was very exciting to see how they played things out. But again, it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out. Panda Express, they do look strong, but Time to Pound, of course, we've seen them time and time again, and this time with the roster changes, they look.
Yeah, of course, you expect them to be a little bit better, but Time to Pound as well, they've had their own cracks and loopholes, man. And if those same loopholes can be abused by the players of Panda Express, then things can be much better. You spoke up about Apocalypse, and speaking of Apocalypse, Panda Express struggled. Generally speaking, in the later phases when they faced off against 5am, they were struggling a little bit in Apocalypse. And if they do go for the Apocalypse pick once again, then maybe Time to Pound can smash through that entire hardpoint. So something new needs to be brought up on the board from the side of Panda Express to keep things a little bit more refreshing.
Let's see, I mean, how that series is going to turn out. It's going to be an intense one, of course, considering it's the last match of the day. And of course, I think Time to Pound, they will look to make up for the missed opportunity of just dominating and proving that this time it's going to be different from the previous iterations. They are stronger, proving all of that in the matchup today. This is kind of a similar situation just like for Team Feline, right? A second opportunity granted to the side of Time to Pound, and they have to make sure they capitalize, they prove that they have what it takes. Especially considering, man, in a few days you are supposed to go up against Godlike, so better secure all of those W's before you go up against them.
Yeah, because Godlike is going to be racking up all those W's, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And it will be a complete one-sided beatdown, just the way we have been looking at things so far as well. And Johnny, yeah, today all the games that we saw, the 4 BO3s that we witnessed, every single BO3 has been a 2-0. Even the Anthem rematch that happened, well, I don't even know why that happened in the first place because nothing changed. Even the scoreline was pretty much same on Search and Destroy.
I mean, let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, as you mentioned, the scoreline was pretty much the same as well, but again, deja vu all across the board. Hopefully, we do not get to see that in the upcoming matchup. I think that's just the only thing we're hoping for right now, because I would love to see both these two teams just go all at it. I mean, a close game on Hardpoint, a close game on Search and Destroy, and an even closer one on that control mode as well. But then again, I mean, it all comes down to what the veto is going to look like for that next game.
Now, let's be honest, right? Moving the conversation on towards this entire final matchup, Time to Pound, we had a conversation about this team too. We've seen this team perform in the past. Panda Express, sometimes they can be really dominant on the entirety of Search and Destroy, but if you try and move the conversation on towards Hardpoint, where things are much more aggressive, Panda Express can be a little bit stuck, and that's where Time to Pound can have the upper hand too. Now, if Apocalypse is being picked, Time to Pound knows exactly what to expect from the opponents, and that's where Time to Pound can actually pound through and come out on top.
It can happen, but let's see. I mean, that it could be anything. Could be like a summit pick on that Hardpoint as well, just to keep things fair or pretty straightforward between the two sides. Apocalypse just making things a little bit more complicated. And of course, we know if it's going to be Hacienda, then it's just going to be panic between the two sides. So let's see what the veto is going to look like. Of course, it's going to be important to see what maps are picked by who. I mean, both the teams are going to try and go for their comfort zones. And Time to Pound on paper definitely looking like the stronger team, frag heavy as well. But just benefit of the doubt, not just benefit of the doubt. I mean, Panda Express, they've earned that praise for themselves, qualifying for the challenge season from the upper bracket as well. So opportunity is there. Now all they have to do is just grab it, seize it, secure the W today, and just stay up on the leaderboard. Set yourself up for that LAN finale.
And they've also moved in from the upper brackets. So far, the teams that have moved in from the upper brackets, they've been doing pretty good. Unless if you're trying to compare the performance to NS, then that's been a different side of things. But hey, you've got the squad roster on the screen of Panda Express. We've seen these guys perform in the past, and once again, they're back. Babla, then you've also got a nice smiley face. You've got Treasure, Urail, and you've got Ron Rizla.
Oh boy, I mean, this is going to be interesting to see how things turn out for Panda Express today. And of course, the last time around, it was, we felt it was going to be a one-sided affair, but unfortunately, the key players from the opposing team just struggling quite a lot to show up, and it was an impressive performance coming in, almost making a comeback on Apocalypse, as you mentioned, but unfortunately, weren't really able to take it all the way through.
Signs of struggle have been witnessed from both these teams that are about to face off against each other. Time to Pound, for some reason, even though they moved in from the upper bracket, still they struggled too much. And that's something we never saw coming. That was a big upset that was pulled out against Time to Pound. Time to Pound moving down to the lower brackets as they faced off against EXO. That was something that we never saw coming. Now, a matchup was supposed to be there between Ennis and Time to Pound, but even we never saw that coming, too. So there's a lot of things that we never saw coming, especially when it comes to Time to Pound. But let's see their roster for now, because that's definitely something we can see.
Yeah, I mean, let's see the roster for Time to Pound, because these lads have been waiting for an opportunity to be let loose throughout the entire day. And again, I think they are going to try and make it a quick 2-0 as well, because that's been the result of every single series we have had. Till now, Abyss, Master, Random, Progressive, and Griffin. Again, some of the best players you can run into in Call of Duty Mobile India. Let's see how their journey is going to turn out at the start of the challenge season.
Abyss, quite the known player. He's supposed to be the IGL for the team. You've also got Master, Griffin. All these guys, we have seen them perform all the way back in the OG days, too. So one thing is for sure, this lineup packs a lot of that punch and also experience. But sometimes that punch can lack a little bit, only if the opponents, they can put up a great fight. We did see Time to Pound face off against EXO in the past, but unfortunately, EXO was DQ'd. That's why Time to Pound, they got a second chance to life as they moved in from the upper brackets itself. But now for Time to Pound, they've been rusty for a long time. They've been sitting in the back lines for a long time. They haven't really gotten the proper warm-up, but when they face off against Panda Express, it's a team that has faced a lot of those possible outcomes in a bad manner as well. So you can't say Panda Express. They might just be much more better prepared compared to the players of course, their opponents. That's going to be Time to Pound.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, we are going to have a look at the map veto now and see what maps are going to be picked between these two sides. What's going to be the battlefield or the ring looking like. But hey, Hardpoint on standoff, it seems like there's a new meta developing for at least the challenge season. Standoff is going to be there for Hardpoint, picked by Time to Pound. With firing range for Search and Destroy, picked by Panda Express, and then Control is going to be played on Raid, picked by Time to Pound again. So it's going to be quite interesting. I mean, could be a quick 2-0. Every single Search and Destroy we've seen on firing range has gone into the team that wants standoff up until now.
Yeah, firing range going super close, right, Johnny? I mean, the first firing range that we saw, even that was really close. The previous one that we saw, even that was super close. So, yeah, the firing range, considering it is quite the classic maps, both the teams do know what to expect from each other. But, yeah, standoff is going to be the map where we're going to kick things off the rip. And these two maps are pretty much like the classic ones. Hardpoint, which is going to be played on standoff, and Search and Destroy on firing range. But still, are we really going to see that decider come through? What do you think, Johnny?
I think this time the decider might come through. These two teams look extremely solid in the matches that they did play. And of course, I think just because of how strong Time to Pound looks on paper, let's not forget even that matchup against EXO, they looked quite decent, to be honest. So it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out. But yeah, I am expecting decider to be there as well.
I generally think Time to Pound, they might just run away with a 2-0 once again. That's what I think. Time to Pound, the last time when we saw them, maybe all the issues they've been ironed out. Because keep this thing in mind, this was a team that moved in from the upper brackets in the first place. Yes, Panda Express did the same thing as well, but when Panda Express faced off against 5AM, which was completely one-sidedly stomped by the players of NS, where, well, if a team like 5AM is able to give a lot of those struggles to Panda Express, then I can imagine what it's going to be facing like against Time to Pound, because in Time to Pound, you've got veterans on the board, and these guys will definitely try to make it super tough.
That's the thing, right? You can't really give them even a single opportunity to strike back. The moment you do, you are going to be beaten down. That's the problem. You have an advantage against Time to Pound. You just press on it, pedal to the metal, and just keep the pressure on till the very end of the game, or in fact, the very end of the series. A single mistake, and Time to Pound, if they regain the momentum, well, they are going to start pounding again, just like the Incredible Hulk. So you have to be extremely careful about that. And of course, right off the bat, we have the first mode, Hardpoint beginning on standoff. Let's see how this one begins.
Yeah, we've got Time to Pound facing off Panda, and Panda has already gotten the early points lead, so that's a great thing. P1's in their hands, but Time to Pound as well. You cannot really rule the boys out, and so far, Panda Express, Johnny, they're ruling against the players of Time to Pound. It's not looking too nice, but Time to Pound as well, they're not that far back. They instantly get the P1 control back in their hands, too. The points control, that's being stopped from the side of Panda Express. It's now being transferred over to the players of T2P. And for Time to Pound, if they keep on getting these kills back-to-back in their hands, one thing is for sure, for Panda Express, it is going to lead to their demise. Panda Express needs to find a proper answer right now. Even Progressive is able to reply back in a great fashion. Time to Pound, they've already gotten 20 points on the board, but Panda Express, you can't really rule the boys out just yet. Even they're once again getting the P1 control back in their hands, and it's looking really up close. Even Abyss is able to reply back with a few more on the kill feed, but Crusher, he finds a nice two-piece on the board itself. The next point is also going to pop up, and whichever team's going to be super proactive, they can instantly get that point back in their hands. So far, no one's got the P2 in their hands, and as I say so, it is Time to Pound to get that control on the P2 itself. To lock down P2, it's not going to be that tough. You need a lot of those splash grenades that can save the day for you. You need a lot of those nades that can give the splash damage to the opponents. And that's what has exactly happened. The blast is something that can save the day. And for Time to Pound, they've already gotten 38 points on the board, but Panda Express, they do somehow break through the defense. They do somehow crack through it, and all thanks to Crusher. This one single man has been crushing things apart for the opponents. Panda Express getting 25 points. It is way too back and forth. It's like a pendulum. At the start, it's Time to Pound. He gets the lead, but then later on, it's the players of Panda Express who start to run away with it. Once again, for Time to Pound, 40 points on the board. They get the point back in their hands. It is still looking super intense. It is still quite tough to say who's going to be the one to come through victorious, but even Progressive towards the hard point, he's getting a lot of that job done. Rail was able to reply back with a little bit more, but that little bit more stuff is not really going to matter, especially when Time to Pound, if they do start to run away with the momentum, that's going to be a big problem. Crusher pulls out the equalizer, but unfortunately he does not really get the value that he's supposed to with that weapon. And even the operator skill from Ron Rizzler as well is going to be popped out. It's the claw in his hands. He's looking to mow down a few more players on the front, but unfortunately, there's no one to be spotted in the front line, so that claw is not able to find the maximum value. Even Ron Rizzler is still doing a great job keeping that point under lockdown, but even Panda Express, they're constantly getting the points flowed back in their hands. Time to Pound, all the lead that they had built up, it's been taken away from their hands already. And Progressive with this Fennec, he's able to do a lot of that damage against the opponents. Look at the kill feed. Time to Pound now, once again, starting to rack up a lot of those kills. And kills means you're probably dominating the hard point.
Well, 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 man, we are getting exactly what we wanted. A close matchup between these two sides, but Time to Pound, some control regained by them, only for a few seconds though, as Panda Express, they're trying their level best, charging forward, but the players are getting shut down instantly. Abyss, oh, the claw comes online right at the nick of time. He finds the opener, but can he hold on to this hard point for his team? Their teammates have showed up, and the utility being locked in by the players of Panda Express. Time to Pound, they have found themselves in a slight advantage in this matchup.
And look at the amount of kills the players of T2P are now starting to rack up. Random, Abyss, Griffin, even a Sparrow is being pulled out from the side of Griffin. He's able to rack up a lot of those kills. And keep this thing in mind, Johnny, towards this point, it's pretty easy to get it on the lockdown. Just get something that's going to give you the blast damage, and as long as you're going to have the radius control, that's all that matters. If the players, they try to stack up and enter at the same time, all you need to do is just blast through the doorways and get the choke points covered up, and that's exactly what Time to Pound is doing. But even Panda Express, they've got the points control back in their hands, 63 to 97, Time to Pound. They once again snatch it back in their hands, so that's a great thing. Griffin, he spots out the opponent, but it's a little bit too late considering Husband shuts him down, and what a spray transfer that was from Ron Rizla, but he gets spotted eventually. Panda Express, once again, they snatch away the points control back in their hands.
But look at Crusher, man. He has just been incredible this time around. 17 kills already secured inside of this game. The man from the other side who is the one to watch out for, it's going to be Progressive. 20 kills secured. Here he comes, going up against Crusher. Gets taken out. An important kill secured by the players of Panda Express, but it's not going to be an easy one from here on out. They do find themselves in a little bit of control of this hard point, but they need to hold on. Time to Pound still have the upper hand and looking to move in with the equalizer. Finds an important kill for himself. Crusher with the second, looking for the third, and it's going to be there on the board as well. Teammates help out, and Crusher crushing the opposing side.
Honestly speaking, Crusher is the only player while Panda Express is still in the race. If Crusher gets taken down every single time, Panda Express can't do anything. Crusher was able to find so many multi-kills. That's the only reason why Panda Express is able to close on up with that lead. As soon as Crusher gets taken down, there we go. Time to Pound once again. They get the hard point control back in their hands. Not a lot of time left. 10 seconds on this hard point.
As you mentioned, not a lot of time left, but Panda Express, a soft little comeback initiated by them. 97 to 115. Time to move on to the next one. Here it comes. Lockdown for the next 7 seconds, but the players of Time to Pound are there early. Only one man from the side of Panda Express looking to go for the early challenge. Into the first frag is going to be found. It is going to be the side of Time to Pound who do end up increasing their counter onto this next hard point, 122 to 97. It's still very close though.
Oh, the kills back and forth on the board now. Finally, Panda Express as well. Replying back in a great style, but still Crusher's being the only main playmaker. All the other players as well, they need to start to pop off, but Crusher gets caught. As long as Crusher is getting countered, the players of Panda Express, they will start to struggle, and that's exactly what's happening on the board too. Treasure's able to shut down Random, so that's a great thing. So at least Time to Pound right now, they're starting to face some reality. But even Master pulling out the War Machine, once again, things are back in the flow. They're getting the points control back in their hands. Master with this War Machine is able to rack up all those kills on towards the choke point. It's going to be tough to breach on towards this hard point itself. But still, Panda Express, they do snatch away. And now they're at least getting the points flow in their hands.
Well, let's see though. 156 to work with. Time to Pound just proving a big menace for the players of Panda Express to deal with, but hey, let's not forget this is their map pick as well. They need to win it right here, right now. Master with that skill finally finds the frag. Progressive, he's just phenomenal. Look at that, Progressive already on 30 kills. Master as well with 29.
Oh my god.
Make that 30. These two men are just phenomenal. Griffin with the Sparrow just completely destroys Panda Express before they get anywhere close to that hard point. Man, that is brutal.
It indeed is brutal. Even Griffin, he's able to find a lot of that value, and now the entirety of Time to Pound, they swing back to life. Even an Annihilator is being pulled out by Random, and this Annihilator this time around is going to be able to find a lot of that value that's supposed to be. Annihilator is able to kill a lot of those players. Panda Express slowly and steadily being rolled out of this hard point. And now Time to Pound, they've already established a major lead. And this lead's going to be tough to be toppled over. As long as the man, Crusher, is not able to pop off, this lead is going to be tough to overcome for the side of Panda Express. And Johnny, already the lead is way too massive. Time to Pound, they're almost on the verge of building a 100 points lead.
Well, I mean, the 100-point advantage might be there, but more important than that is that now only a few points for Time to Pound to close out this matchup. They're almost at the 252-07 right now. Let's see, 43 points needed. Moving into the next hard point is going to be a challenge now. Panda Express, they get there quicker. The crossfires are going to be set up. Abyss tries to move in. Gets taken out as soon as he steps in. But there's a little bit of a challenge coming in from Time to Pound, and they succeed as well, at least for a few seconds. But a swift retake from Panda Express to shut it all down.
Yeah, Panda Express, they've really got to get entire side on lockdown. And this is what I'm exactly saying. Taking this point away is going to be really tough, especially the choke points. They're so easy to be countered. And that's exactly the main reason for the demise of Time to Pound, at least inside of this hard point. But still, they've got a decent amount of time on the board, and they've also got the points flow back in their hands. This control's going to be off the essence. Time to Pound, even if they get 225 points from this hard point, that's going to mean so much, because the upcoming one, that's somewhere Time to Pound can be a little bit more proactive and try to get the early control in their hands. And the upcoming hard point is something that Time to Pound has dominated over and over again.
Well, let's see though, Time to Pound again regaining some control in this game. 228 to 131, the big deficit for Panda Express. There's no way they bring their or dig their way out of this one. Time to Pound just a few moments before they eventually close out this matchup. The War Machine goes live. Master finding those important frags, and the retake opportunity options denied. No access into this hard point. Master finally gets shut down, but it's too late now. Time to Pound 245, 246, 1. And well, a few extra seconds. There it is. There you have it. Oh, they get stopped right at the very last second. 249 is where they are stuck, but we know this game is already over, Necro.
Yeah, it pretty much is over. They just need one more point. And the only reason why they've been stopped and tracked is because of Crusher, because the man pulled out the equalizer. Crusher instantly started to return back with that value. And as soon as Crusher was able to pop off, even Progressive now pulls out the equalizer. Progressive is over here to get a few more positive trades for his team. They just need one more point, but they're still struggling so much. Time to Pound, they do realize they're so close to tasting this victory, but still for some reason this victory has been taken away from them. And now soon enough, the next hard point's going to pop up, but Time to Pound, they've already got the control in their hands, and there we go. 250 points on the board in the next hard point, and that's going to be the deal sealer. As Time to Pound, they win the first hard point against Panda Express. And this is where we speak of the domination now. Time to Pound, there's someone with a lot of that experience, and there's a big chance now in the upcoming Search and Destroy as well. Experience is something that prevails every single time.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting, intense matchup, but as you mentioned, experience prevailed in the end. Time to Pound securing a very interesting win against the players of Panda Express. But that last kerfuffle for that final point, that was intense, man. 1 second, they needed 1 second to close out the match, and they dragged it out all the way towards that next hard point, right? So kudos to Panda Express for being able to do that in the heat of the moment. They somehow did manage to thrive amidst the chaos, but again, a big advantage will always be a big advantage, and there was no way Time to Pound was going to lose this one after they got 249.
Yeah, and let's speak of the initial starter, right? Off the rip, it was such a back-and-forth affair. Both the teams were making it super competitive. Everyone was able to get the defense. Everyone was able to get the proper counters as well towards the hard points. But then later on, Time to Pound realized what they exactly needed to do to rule out the opponents. And everything they did worked out to perfection. Time to Pound, for some reason, off the rip, I'm not exactly sure what was the reason for those struggles. But then later on, it was a smooth sailing for the boys. As long as Crusher was taken down every single time, Time to Pound was not struggling at all. But this one single man Crusher, he was a big pain in the foot for the side of Time to Pound.
Well, let's see. I mean, again, we knew this is how things were going to start, right? We knew that Time to Pound looking strong on their map pick. Hardpoint was supposed to be their mode, the team with the most experience amongst the two, but I think Search and Destroy, that is where things are about to get very intense. Panda Express, let's not forget, also a team that has made their way towards the challenge season from the upper bracket and without a single bye.
Genuinely speaking, I did not expect this to be super one-sided like this, right? Now, I do know still getting 150 points against Time to Pound. It is still quite a good job, but I genuinely thought at least 200 points could be in there from the side of Panda Express. But Time to Pound later on, with the way they played, realizing the fact that the only main playmaker from the opposition is Crusher, they started to crush Crusher. And then later on, Ron Risley as well was not able to get a lot done because he did not really have Crusher to play with him.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, as you mentioned, Crusher started off strong, but again, I think during the mid stages there was a big shutdown. But look at this. Random, Master, Progressive. These three players were just on fire, man. All of them securing those 40 frags. And yeah, as you said, they were just farming kills.
Random had 46 kills. Master had what? I think it's 44. And then the guy under him, which was Progressive, he had 42. And now imagine, Johnny, if the same thing happens, even in the upcoming Search and Destroy, things are going to be much more dicey for Panda Express. And keep this thing in mind, as I mentioned, experience always prevails in Search and Destroy. These guys have got much more better synergy compared to the players of Panda Express. And as Panda Express, I'm going to be really worried in Search and Destroy. There's a big chance we might just see another 2-0.
It's not just you, man. I'm also worried as well. Anything can happen on Search and Destroy, and the only saving grace for Panda Express is going to be that it's their map pick. So again, hopefully they have some strategies formulated, something in the back to try and take down Time to Pound today. But again, if it comes down to raw aim and raw mechanics, and as you mentioned, I mean, if Time to Pound are better in adapting to whatever Panda Express shows up with, then it's just there when it's a quick 2-0. But imagine on a day everyone's 2-0ing, imagine you being the team that walks away with a 2-1 win. You were the one to lose a map.
Hey, so is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't understand, right? Because
you
got so close
thing,
to
right?
winning. You got so close to winning, right? But you still did not really get anything done.
Imagine from the perspective of whoever wins it.
Yeah,
You
for
only
them
do
it's
one of
not
the
going to be a
entire
good thing,
day.
hands down. Yeah. For Group B specifically, it's not going to be a good thing because in Group B we've got teams like Godlike, which are of course going to make it super competitive and one-sided. Actually, not competitive. It's going to be a completely one-sided affair. Yeah, so it's not going to be competitive. Godlike's just going to be popping through, having fun against the opponents, while the opponents they're left with no other chance to try and make a comeback against them. But you know what, Johnny? Speaking of the upcoming Search and Destroy, you mentioned that yes, it is going to be the map pick of Panda Express, but does it really matter when we're going to face off in firing range?
I think a little bit, maybe. I mean, with how things have turned out throughout the day, if you just have a little bit of prep done, if your setups are good, I think you can at least try and cause some damage, and if you can keep it close, just wait for an opportunity for the other team to make, and then you can choose to strike. Again, they have to be patient. The side of Panda Express can't really walk into the crosshairs of Time to Pound, expecting them to whiff, because, I mean, clearly with how Hardpoint went, these players are already nicely warmed up. They were waiting for an opportunity throughout the day, and now when it's finally there in their hands, they are not going to miss for sure.
And knowing that it's Panda Express too, that Panda Express will definitely try to make it super aggressive. But Time to Pound, they're one of those tactical teams, just like Team Anthem. And imagine if Time to Pound is just sitting in the back lines waiting for the players of Panda Express to walk in. And if Panda Express, they walk in from those expected angles, Panda Express is going to walk into a complete meat grinder. But Johnny, speaking of the tactical teams, I would also love to see a matchup between Anthem and T2P. That would be a super fun matchup too, right?
Yeah, it's going to be intense. I think Anthem and T2P, that's going to be fun to watch. But I think we are going to have to wait to see if Anthem actually makes it from the Group A to the LAN finale, and if the same can be said for Time to Pound. If both the teams qualify for that LAN finals, then maybe there we get to see them go up against each other. But over here, both of them in a different group, I think we're going to have to be patient for that one. But hey, at least we still get to see that Time to Pound against NS match. Both of them are in Group B. That is what I'm happy about.
Yeah, I mean, the best part is, right, that over here, a lot of those strong teams are definitely there. Now, we did expect that Team Felines as well to be one of the stronger teams, but considering it was just Team Dope, once again back with a complete new name, Team Dope, they were not able to find a lot of that value against Team Anthem. They got struck down in a 2-0 fashion as well. So you can't say those two invited teams. Godlike is definitely one of the most strongest teams that has been over here inside of the challenge season as an invited one. So one thing is for sure, they can easily qualify on forward. We can't secure that slot already to Godlike, because it's not us favoring Godlike. It's just them being that good.
Yeah, it's a fact, just like the Earth goes around the sun, right? And again, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how anyone take Godlike to that decider, because it has happened in the past. You're going to have both witnesses. Godlike they get a little too lenient, and they end up losing one map. Vitality does it always. This time, I think we're going to have to wait till the LAN finals for either maybe Anthem or from the side of Accelerate to actually take them to a dragged out series. But again, in Group B, I think it's just going to be a completely one-sided affair. Godlike is going to secure those Ws all for themselves. So it is important, while you're not playing Godlike, secure whatever win you can, because that one match is a guaranteed loss.
The only team that can stand a chance to make it super close against Godlike is going to be Accelerate, Johnny. But even Accelerate in Search and Destroy can struggle a lot against Godlike, because Accelerate, for them, their kryptonite is Search and Destroy. They're not too great on Search and Destroy, considering it's much more of a slower game mode. But even speaking of Godlike, now Accelerate versus Godlike, both these teams are supposed to be on the aggressive side of things. But still, considering Godlike synergy has been much more better, so you can't say Godlike is something. But hey, let's be back in towards this series, right? Still, we've got Search and Destroy to go through off Time to Pound and Panda Express and Husband. What a great shot that was towards Progressive. But even Master replies back with a kill onto Treasure. It's now taken down to a 4-on-2. And what about watching Time to Pound? They've already been pounded outside of the lobby.
Well, let's see though, as you mentioned, I mean, Time to Pound already outside of the lobby, and easy defuse coming in for the players of Panda Express. And not really how we expected the Search and Destroy to start, but hey, I guess, I mean, we are going to be heading towards the decider in this overall series if this is how things are going to turn out. That was a quick one, and Husband, that nasty shot, man, that was a pixel perfect shot right on his head.
And indeed was. But Johnny, off the rip, it's Panda Express to kick things off. And for Time to Pound, that's not a great news. And here we go. Treasure's once again able to find the positive traits. Even Progressive is shut down. But Random's able to find a kill onto Husband. So that's a sniper versus sniper duel being won by Husband. Even Master is able to strike down a rail. That's quite an important frag too. It's a double sniper setup from Time to Pound.
Ron, important frag secured by him, but Time to Pound still in control. The bomb goes down. We have a very linear retake coming in from the players of Panda Express, both of them moving in from the defender spawn.
As expected, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
Time to Pound is one of those teams that likes to play it much more tactical, and a double sniper setup proves it. Time to Pound, they want to play it much more patience-oriented game. And with a double sniper, you need the patience and the intel to play with. And Time to Pound, that's exactly what they gained. But Griffin, in the end, with his heroics, he shuts down both the players and secures the round in the favor of Time to Pound.
Yeah, an impressive win coming in from Time to Pound. And Griffin in particular, man, just ran into that 1v2, completely unafraid, found both of those frags. The first man at least was not really aware of what was going on, but the second man had an opportunity, found the trade, but didn't really work out too well for him over there.
Here comes the plant, but unfortunately, Abyss gets struck down. Treasure is still there around the corner. Toes being spotted, and Treasure's going to be able to spot out Progressive, and that's going to be the elimination on the board. 4-3 man advantage in the hands of Panda Express, and this man advantage is going to have so much value. What was that shot? Master! A quick two-piece on the board, up close and personal with that sniper, and now Master left to clutch it out. Make that a quick 3K. Master, such an intense playmaker, and he still wins that scenario, even though we thought Master's not going to stand a chance up close and personal.
Yeah, I thought he was done for, man. That was unreal. What a shot connection coming in. And this again goes to show how much experience this man has and how good he really is. But let's see, 2-1 Panda Express. Still an opportunity for them to bounce back. Look at this A-side control gained by the players of Time to Pound. They have to be careful. One man still hiding in the container. No one clears it. And Treasure finding a frag, looking for the second. Progressive takes out Treasure, but gets traded out instantly. Things not looking good for Time to Pound in this round.
Yeah, they did are not. But maybe if Master pops off the same way he did in the previous one, then okay, maybe not. Too many expectations sometimes can lead to disappointments. Master, he did pull off that clutch, but it's one-in-a-while moments. But generally speaking,
on the board.
Yeah, generally speaking, Panda Express, they're doing pretty nice against Time to Pound and Search and Destroy. Did not expect this.
Yeah, to be honest, me neither, man. But hey, I mean, it's Search and Destroy, right? So, always has to be extremely close. Let's see. Oh, needs to go big. Abyss. Shut down. That was unfortunate, to be honest. Oh, whiffs the shot. Husband needs to be careful. And he's going to be shut down. Random moves in. A side cleared up. It's 3 versus 2. 3v3. Progressive needs to shut down Crush, and he does as well. 1 versus 2. Progressive in a very aggressive position. Needs to make a clean getaway, but struggles to do so. The nade comes in. Ron. He's been one of the best performing players. He's going to be shot in the back. No! Master was looking somewhere else. Necro. This is unfortunate. He doesn't know. where Ron is.
He's holding a nice cheeky angle. It's a one-on-one, and time to pound. They still need to get the bomb down. A side is completely vacant. But this is where the overthinking comes into play. Master does not exactly know where the opponent's placed. He's going to get his hands on the bomb. What do you want to go for the plan, though? That's the real question. I'm not exactly sure why the man, Ron Rizla, is placed so far away from the bomb itself. He should have been the one to protect it. Master getting his hands on the bomb. He's looking to pull off maybe a big rotation towards the opposite side. That might just not be a good decision, but here could we go. Master is already going for that plant. He's going to find a smooth sailing towards that entire area. But he's still waiting for Ron Rizla to pop up. He's expecting a flank from Ron, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, Ron, he might just pull off a big brain move, but no. He gets read like a book.
Well. Again, time to pound, as you mentioned. Reading the opposing side like a book. Secure the round for themselves. 3-2. Still a close call between the two sides. Fire to try and see if they can find a pick down mid. Again, moving towards that A side. This time they need to be a little bit careful, though. Again, a man hiding inside that container. Treasure needs to be taken out no matter what. But it's going to be Crusher finding the first kill for his team.
Panda Express, they've got too much of a big advantage. A 2-on-3, hold on, that advantage has now been stolen away. Griffin and Random, these two guys, they might just be more than enough to strike the players down. The first engagement's come to fruition, but unfortunately, for Time to Pound, they're not able to clutch it out. Time to Pound, somehow, they're losing the man advantage every single time. It's a back-and-forth matchup that's going through, and Panda Express, you really got to give it to the players, man. They're making it super competitive.
Very close series between the two sides, but now finally the switch up happens. T2P on defense, Panda Express on attack. This time they are trying to make a run for that B side. A lot of utility lob towards the place of Panda Express, but nothing connects. They still have their HP bars. Look at Progressive, he's just lying on the floor. A sitting duck gets taken out. Griffin needs to go big. He is outnumbered. The entirety of Panda Express in his face. Needs to get finished off. Master finds a connection, takes Ron out, but that's definitely not going to be enough. It's a 3 versus 3.
Oh my god, hold on. Yeah, retake scenario. Taken down to a 2-on-2. Even though the players of Panda Express started off with such a big advantage, they still messed up big time. They found those 2 early kills on the B side, but for some reason, the proper capitalization wasn't exactly there. Master and Random. Where is exactly Random? That's my question. Random is still all the way in the back lines. I'm not even sure what he's doing, but Master is able to find Husband. That's quite an important kill. But look at the wraparound that's coming into play. There's one man, and this is what exactly I was speaking of. Varel, he was able to wrap up all the way in the back lines, catch Random off guard, and now he's moving all the way towards the bomb once again.
Yeah, but this just compromises the information. But Urael, that rotation was absolutely brilliant. Look at how confused Master is right now. 34 seconds left. Oh! Ooh, he just waited. Just sat there and waited till the end of ages, man. And I don't think Urael also realized what was happening. Did not expect anyone to be on site this late. Just gets taken out.
But I can say one thing. T2P's got some long feet, man. Every single time their feet get spotted when they're playing a prone position. Hold on, Crusher. Looking to crush the competition once again as he finds the early advantage to his team. Even Random is able to find one. That's going to be the return. Here comes the plant from Morel. 3-4 being the scoreline. Master now needs to pop off as well. And even the man advantage is currently stacked up with the players of Panda Express. There's a man wrapping up all the way in the back, Johnny, and this wraparound is going to be insane. This flank that's coming through from Crusher, that's going to find a lot of value. At least that's what we expect. Crusher is able to wrap up from the back. He finds Griffin. Even Ron Rizla goes for the peak. And yes, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Time to Pound. They're getting outplayed by the player of Panda Express.
Well, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Panda Express, as you mentioned, trying their level best, and time to pound every single time they get around for themselves, instantly traded out. It's getting extremely close between the two sides, and maybe, just maybe, we are going to see that decider we're all hoping for. Oh, the spray down from Griffin, no connections found. Progressive spotted out as well, but somehow managed to survive pressure, looking for the frag, gets shut down. Progressive, an impressive 2K, and he's still alive. Panda Express down to the last two players, a 2v4. Make that a 4 versus 1. Even the last man's going to be picked off. Another round in the back for time to pound, and a quick one as well.
If time to pound can really make it look this one-sided, then why are they losing rounds? That's what I don't understand. It's like both the teams are so quick with adapting onto each other. One round it's time to pound adapting, one round it's Panda Express adapting, and that's why it's starting to get way too back and forth. And back and forth means even the anxiety is now starting to rise up in the game. It's getting way too intense. Here comes the first engagement. Abyss is going to be the man to win that. Nicely done. Crusher gets outruled this time around. Out-aimed. And Master, what was that shot? I did not even see the player on the screen.
Stream on that. Around that corner has just been perfect from both the sides, by the way. 3 versus 4, they have the upper hand, but they need to make sure that this is where they gain the edge. Time to pound can't really afford to give another equalizer to the side of Panda Express, but hey, Progressive finally shut down, and the man hiding in the corner is going to be picked off.
Ooh.
Somehow they gain the advantage and the round as well. Time to pound. Finally, they gain 2 rounds back to back, and the back and forth swing in this matchup comes to an end. 6-4. Can they close out the series right here, right now?
Time to pound, realizing what they exactly need to do to make sure that Panda Express will be crushed outside of the game. Random is once again pulling out the sniper. He's just spamming through on that wooden wall. And he's now also backing away from that tricky spot. Unfortunately, Abyss gets caught. Abyss will at least able to find the first one, so that's an equal trade on the board. It's 4-4. And now the sniper as well from the back lines needs to find some value. Needs to find some crucial information. Long legs. When you're prone, you need to make sure that your toes are not really exposed. And time to pound. It feels like they're already going to find the closure. Yes, the last man as well gets taken down, and that's going to be the knockout blow. All the games that we witnessed today, Johnny, they were all 2-0. And this time around, time to pound. They once again gained the form that we thought they've lost.
Yeah, again, playing their best Call of Duty Mobile right here, right now. But I think, Necro, we have to be honest, a few of those rounds were won by Master and not just time to pound, man. That was just individual prowess in those rounds, securing and connecting a lot of insane shots. How is this man this good?
I mean, he's been there in the playing field for such a long time, right? Master used to play for TWOB in the past. I mean, I'm speaking of 2023 days. We've seen this man in the LAN finals as well. So, yeah, we know what Master is capable of. So he's once again one of those players that is keeping his skills sharp inside of the game. And he's also looking pretty good when it comes to that form, too. These days, Master has been feeling at the top of his game. But as you move on towards the highlights, you will see quite a back-and-forth affair at the start. But then, once again, later on, it's time to pound running away with the lead. Pretty much the same thing that happened in Hardpoint.
Yeah, it was an interesting matchup, but as you mentioned, I mean, it was close till a certain point, and then T2P just realizing what needs to be done, just able to close out this entire series. But I have to say, I mean, good improvement coming in from the side of Panda Express as well. Leaves me with a lot of hope for their matches in the future.
Hopes are definitely going to be there, but for time to pound, one thing is for sure, man. Still, they're facing off against one of those teams. You can't say they're quite the newer faces on the block. And if there are going to be a few struggles from time to pound just the same way, then I'm not sure what to expect when a team like time to pound faces off against Anthem or even Accelerate. There's a big chance these two teams can dominate against time to pound. There's definitely a massive chance. Time to pound, they need to solidify their early game. If they do find the main reason why the early games are being cracked open by the opponents, then later on, when they face off against the formidable foes, that's when things can favor them even more.
Yeah, but the bigger formidable foe for them to worry about right now, it's going to be Godlike rather than Accelerate. That's a team in the different group. Maybe if they make it that far, they're already in the LAN finale, and before then, they will have a little bit of time to prepare for countermeasures for teams like Accelerate, for teams like Godlike as well. But before that, taking on Godlike in their group, that's going to be a big challenge. But hey, at least they come out on top in this one today. And from the side of Panda Express, Treasure definitely doing quite well for himself. Husband also starting strong on the defensive side, at least in the first half, but then the shutdown comes in, and Master, very impressive today.
Yeah, even Griffin was doing pretty good, man. Especially in the entire search and destroy. This man was able to find a lot of those proper values. Griffin was able to win those crucial duels as well, especially on towards the site when we thought that maybe that now Time to Pound can lose the site control. But Griffin was coming through with some miraculous clutches for his team to do. But now moving the conversation on towards Time to Pound versus Godlike, which is probably going to happen in the future. Johnny, let's be honest, man. The only reason why I did not really point out Godlike over here is because we pretty much know the scoreline. It is going to be a complete one-sided stomp.
I mean, it is going to be a one-sided stomp as of now, but you never know. Time to Pound, they've been there for ages as well, just like Godlike, right? And you sometimes do end up getting tired of being bullied, especially for years and years. And Godlike, that is what they have been, man. There is no one in the entire Call of Duty Mobile India scene that has stood up to Godlike ever since the roster was formed.
That's the thing, right? Is it really bullying when you're just that good? That's the question, right? Is it really
that
bullying
is also
when you're
true.
just that good?
Yeah, to be fair, they are pretty amazing. So, but again, incentive is there for the players of Time to Pound, for every single other team, be it Accelerate as well. You got to rise up to the challenge. Finally, someone needs to try and put up a fight against the side of Godlike. Someone other than Vitality, of course.
Yeah, Vitality's not really over here in this SPS, so yeah, that's quite an unfortunate thing. I really do miss Vitality, though, because I thought maybe these two invited teams, one of them can be them, but it's not the case. Hey, we've got the leaderboard on the screen, and Accelerate is currently at the top, considering all the matches today that we saw. They were quite the 2-0 fashion. So, yeah, for Accelerate, they pretty much got 2 wins back-to-back, so they, of course, are going to be the one to come through.
Yeah, they're just dominating their group right now, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams in their group that are going to stand up to the challenge of Accelerate. That's the best team there in Group A, but we move on to Group B. We see NonStop with 1 win on the board. Time to Pound with 1 win. Group B only had 2 matches today. Panda Express 5 AM, not off to a great start, but then there's a team sitting on the 5th position right now. Yeah, they're eyeing that first position. They are going to grab it with both hands, not really letting go of it till the end of the challenge season. We all know it. It's a fact, but we have to wait for a while before we see them in action. The only reason why Godlike has got 0 in front of their name is because they haven't really played a single game. And even Team Strike, they've got a 0 in front of their name. It's because they haven't really played a single game so far. So Group A and Group B, they're off to a great start. Considering there's so much money on the line as well, that's going to be the motivating factor for this team. One thing is for sure, today's day we saw a lot of those one-sided matchups, but maybe tomorrow things can be a complete different course. We might just see a lot of those things where things might just go in a complete 3-0 manner, or maybe not 3-0, a 2-1 manner. Let's see how things are going to turn out, right? Not tomorrow, day after tomorrow is when we are going to be back with action, and it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out over there. But as you mentioned, I think now with day 1 done and dusted, especially in Group A, I think we can expect a lot of close matches. But for Group B, I think Godlike, if they have 2 matches, then we can expect 2 swift games from them.
Exactly. As you mentioned, day after tomorrow is where the games will be resumed between these teams. And we're also going to see Godlike in action. That's definitely one of those teams that the fans are quite optimistic about. And even they do want to see Godlike perform on the screen itself. And make sure to follow all the socials of ESL India too for the future updates, because today's day was quite nice. Anthem as well, when they faced off against their opponents. That matchup was quite nice. And generally speaking, Felines, I expected a lot more from them. But the first matchup that they played, they lost.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't really able to make a comeback in that particular game. And, of course, Feline, this was the second opportunity that was given to them. They need to capitalize if they can try their level best to qualify for that LAN finale. But as of now, starting off from a loss, it's not looking good. But, hey, still more matches left. As long as there are matches, there's still hope.
Exactly. The hope is definitely going to be there for all the teams so far. But, hey, even a hope for you guys is going to be there. Make sure to follow ESL India's socials, as I mentioned a while ago, too, for the future updates and maybe for the future upcoming tournaments as well that might just be lined up. So make sure to follow ESL India on X, Instagram, and even Facebook, no matter what social media platform you guys prefer to use.
Exactly. Updates are going to be shooting out everywhere with regards to tournament, and as you mentioned, Necro, with regards to the future tournaments as well. And at this point, I think, again, everyone's keeping their eyes pinned on which teams make it to that LAN finale. It's going to be exciting for sure to see which 6 teams we get to see step foot on that stage.
A few of the names you can't say have already successfully moved on forward. If Accelerate keep on playing the same way, one thing is for sure, no one's going to stop them from moving on towards the LAN finals too. If Anthem find a better groove as well, and if they face off against their opponents in much more of a better and a refined manner, even Anthem can be one of those teams moving in towards the finals. And a few more teams can definitely have a solid chance. Panda Express, though, still things are looking much more tougher and dicey, considering the first matchup that they played against Time to Pound, they lost in a big margin.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, I mean, it was exciting to see Time to Bound back in their old form because their journey in the Open Finals, that matchup against X, so yes, it was a loss. So, again, we didn't really see them in the best form. And then we expected to see them go up against NonStop, but that match did happen as well. But here they are once again today looking extremely solid. And hopefully this is the form that will retain till we see them in the LAN finals.
On the day 2 of this entire challenge season, one thing is for sure, action's going to be even more intense and more entertaining. Considering one of the invited teams, which is going to be Godlike, which is also going to step inside of the action right next to Team Strike. These teams still have to play their games. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the day 1 of the challenge season comes to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Johnny. We'll see you guys day before tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Not for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. They get through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time.